morning. Is that working? Is that working? Yes. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back from what I hope was an enjoyable weekend for everyone, a weekend of rest anyway. It's day 5 of the inquiry. Could I ask that phones and other devices are switched to silent as usual? We have had a delivery of new equipment this morning, and we're hoping that we're now webcasting live. We'll get confirmation of that this morning. In terms of arrangements for the week, we need to be finished at 4:30 latest on Friday, and sadly again the room has to be cleared. There's also an indication that we need to conclude by 4 on Wednesday afternoon, but some uncertainty around whether or not we actually have to clear the room. So we'll get some clarification on that before Wednesday. As we agreed on Friday, we will start at 9:30 from tomorrow onwards, just to try and make a bit more progress. I think that's it for me. Before we go on to the next witness, are there any updates on programming generally from anyone?
Sir, from our point of view, you asked to check availability in week 6, and we can confirm that we are fine for that. There's one witness who's still to absolutely confirm, but we believe it will be okay. So if there was a spillover, and I'm assuming it would only, of course, be from the economic session, then I believe that we would be subject to one tiny little confirmation. We will be fine for that. So you've mentioned 9:30 start, and I wonder, I don't know who's responsible for it, but I wonder if the doors could be opened earlier. This morning there was a number of us waiting to get in, and they weren't opened until around 9 o'clock. And if we're doing a 9:30 start, which I would absolutely agree with, we would need access in here well before that.
I think I was in here before 9 o'clock. Was it the other rooms that access?
No, there was the doors at the top of the stairs, so the lift was fully occupied with documents going up and down, right. So we couldn't use that, and we couldn't get in.
Okay.
The doors at the top of the stairs were locked, and nobody unlocked them until just after 9 o'clock.
Okay, we'll make sure that the venue arranges that. And thanks for your confirmation on week 6.
Just on progress, you may have noticed, you'll certainly have heard, but there's a significant squad of men outside. There's a tar lorry, there's a small road roller, and it's clear that they're about to undertake some engineering operations, as they say, and which I dare say are going to be noisy. We have put in, I think, a phone call to the manager, or manageress, to be more accurate, to see what can be done about it, because I don't think it would be ideal to have disruption every so often with this noise. On the other hand, probably the workmen have got to get on with their job, but it's really not satisfactory to have that noise, particularly as I think it seems to be underneath me most of the time. So we are seeing what we can do, sir, but it's far from ideal.
I agree, and thanks for taking that initiative. Anything from anyone else on programming?
So I'm not aware of any difficulties for weeks 5 or 6.
Perfect. Thanks, Mr. Thompson. Everyone happy with programming?
Sir, I would, in week 6, Dr. Batas would have difficulty on the Tuesday, as that's when he teaches at the University of Greenwich. And I suppose getting up and down from the country will impact on that. I think it says you know about my difficulty on the Thursday of that week. In terms of when this coalition starts our evidence, I've had a discussion with Mr. Steele, and if we are starting our evidence sometime on the 8th or after, 8th of October, that would help with a travel arrangement that Mr. Neventhal has to undertake, and that because I don't think we're going to get through the council, HES and the HSS before the 8th.
That sounds as if we'll be able to accommodate that. Thanks for that. Nothing from anyone else? Perfect. Okay, Mr. Steele, can we hear from a witness who isn't Mr. Wright?
Yes, sir. The next witness is Mr. Maskell, sir. Sir, I don't know about you, but if that noise is to continue as it is, I'm not sure that is satisfactory given the evidence we're about to leave. lead even. It may be the noise and the vibration is worse at this end of the room, but it's certainly far from satisfactory.
Let's try, and if it becomes too distracting, we'll take a break.
Mr Maskell, good morning to you. Mr Maskell, could I simply ask you to read your precognition, which has been lodged with the inquiry, and just before your conclusions at the end, I will stop you to ask one or two brief additional matters.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Roger Maskell, Senior Director and Head of London and Heritage at Turley Planning Consultants. Sorry, is that better? Everyone hear me okay? I lead the provision of heritage and conservation planning services across the practice. I have a Bachelor of Science Honours degree in Environmental Planning and a postgraduate diploma in Historic Building Conservation from the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors. I've been a Chartered Town Planner since 1990 and a member of the Institute of Historic Building Conservation since its foundation in 1997. My professional career over the last 28 years has covered many aspects of conservation of the historic environment from the perspective of both the public and private sectors. At English Heritage, I acted as Historic Buildings Inspector and Areas Advisor, responsible for providing statutory advice in relation to major proposals affecting the historic environment, from 2004 heading English Heritage City of London and North Team. Since 2005, I've worked in consultancy, joining Turley in 2011, where I continue to lead a specialist team providing heritage and conservation planning advice to a range of clients across all sectors. Our heritage work in Scotland includes projects involving a number of Category A listed buildings in Edinburgh. I have assisted the Department for Communities and Local Government, now the MHLG, through a practitioner's sounding board in review of heritage regulation. I'm an expert panel member at Historic England and presently sit on its London Advisory Committee, or LAC, and also advise on cases of significance outside of London. I have extensive experience with advising and supporting proposals for the adaptive reuse and development of iconic and highly graded heritage assets in sensitive settings for hotel use, recently including the successful proposals for development of the former United States of America Embassy, Grade 2 listed, and the former Midland Bank headquarters for the Ned Hotel, Grade 1 listed. In my inquiry report, I review the nature and extent of the supporting work that has been undertaken to identify and assess heritage values, significance, interest, which has informed the appeal proposals, Scheme 1 and Scheme 2, and subsequent assessment of impact in relation to the range of heritage assets that are affected. I've undertaken this review in light of my experience as a practitioner who has worked in the public and private sectors, regularly needing to assess heritage significance in order to assess likely impacts. I respond directly to the matters upon which the reporters wish to hear evidence in light of review of the appellant's supporting work to the appeal schemes, undertaken from professional experience and perspective as a former advisor on heritage issues to the government, and more recently a practitioner promoting positive change in the historic environment. Now I turn to the first matter, which is the special interest and relative importance of the listed building and its contribution to the wider setting, including the conservation area, World Heritage Site, designed landscape and other heritage receptors. I consider that the appellant's work in seeking to gain and broaden understanding of the special interest of the former Royal High School building, its site and setting is extensive and carried out in an exemplary way. This is illustrated by the approach to seeking understanding through research, familiarity with the building and site, and then further research. With respect to the layout and fabric of the listed building, in-depth, informed understanding is apparent. Properly taking account of Hamilton's design intentions and also later phases of change, such as the impact of the PSA works. Importantly, to my mind, such understanding includes how the building was sited to best effect within the site and its setting, in turn facilitated by Hamilton's retaining wall and terminating belvedere. In my view, this understanding leads to a proper questioning of the nature of the Category A listing and how this is extended in broad brush fashion to other buildings on the site. Indeed, such testing of apparent assumptions is inevitable in my experience, where the list entry for the building in question, however well written or extensive, is the starting point for seeking full understanding of special interest. Here, understanding of Hamilton's principal building has been extended through the work of Andrew Wright and his ongoing research, whilst the relative value of other buildings and structures, including within the same listing, is properly queried. Some important and fundamental points underscore this approach. The technical listing of other structures within the curtilage of the listed building does not automatically endow them with special interest, and similarly, the Category A status of Hamilton's building does not automatically flow to later buildings by other architects variously extended and altered since. There are clear anomalies in the approach of the statutory authorities here, but they are addressed by the expert analysis in the heritage statement of the relative importance and degree of contribution made by the lodge and former gymnasium. This approach provides an informed basis for subsequent proper assessment of the case made for demolition of each and the relative associated quantum of effect. It also appears to me that there is not great difference between the parties regarding the end result. A case can potentially be made for demolition of other buildings in the site if this facilitates and allows for reuse of the principal building. Indeed, in the case of the Royal High School Preservation Trust scheme, promoters offering alternative beneficial use by both HES and CEC, demolition of the gymnasium block and other curtilage structures is required and considered to be acceptable. From my professional experience of dealing with setting considerations, often in cases where substantial change is proposed, there are important principles to bear in mind in gaining understanding. Setting itself is not a heritage designation, but its value is what and to what degree it contributes to the special interest of the heritage asset in question. Also importantly, while setting can be mapped in the context of an individual application or proposal, it cannot be definitely and permanently described for all time. This is because the surroundings of a heritage asset will change over time, and because new information on heritage assets may alter what might previously have been understood to comprise their setting and the values placed upon that setting and therefore the significance of the heritage asset. In this case, I consider that the appellant has provided comprehensive and informed understanding of the building and how it was sited and arranged within the site, and hence intended to be experienced, including within prepared views and early photographs. This is particularly illuminating and in my view underpins how setting and its contribution to special interest in this instance should be assessed. This important point and how the existing building is best appreciated by the observer in light of Hamilton's intentions and depiction is further considered in the evidence of Professor Taverner. I therefore consider that the heritage statement appropriately assesses the degree to which setting and associated views contribute to the significance of the listed building and allow its significance to be appreciated. This provides a proper basis for subsequent assessment of the impact of the appeal proposals upon special interest and setting. My conclusion on that topic matter, I endorse the work in the heritage statement, which in my professional opinion is scholarly, sound in approach and detail, more than adequately articulates heritage significance. As such, the heritage statement provides clear understanding of the nature and extent of special interest and the relative importance of the listed building and other constituent parts of the site and its contribution to wider setting. That extensive understanding has also underpinned the work of the environmental impact assessment. Turning to matter 3, impacts on the listed building itself, on the setting of other listed buildings, on the conservation area, on the World Heritage Site, on the designed landscape and other heritage receptors. There is a clear divergence in views regarding the level of impact of the appeal proposals on the listed building and its setting. It seems to me that the aim of CEC and HES has been to resist visible change and indirect impacts within the site, particularly to the west, and the setting of the listed building, to the extent that new built form should not be seen in relation to the listed building. This suggests that the space around the building, and in particular the former Western Playground, are of such importance and value to the significance of the listed building that change there must be prevented, even if it is at the expense of causing direct harm to the original fabric and form of Hamilton's building. This approach also suggests an underlining precept that the appearance of new built form is in principle likely to be harmful, with no regard had to the actual appearance, architectural design and disposition of that built form based upon understanding of the site and its context. I find the principle of that approach troubling, as in my experience the appearance of something new in relation to a heritage asset is not automatically or necessarily harmful. In this case, through expert design, considered in detail in the evidence of others that you will hear, the form and appearance of what will be placed on the site in relation to the listed building has been carefully considered, whilst at the same time providing the accommodation required to secure a viable new use for the listed building. As a direct result, direct intervention to Hamilton's work and the listed building itself are minimised, a conservation-minded approach to seeking beneficial use of the listed building. From experience, I know that the requirements for hotel bedrooms is such they are usually best placed away from areas of special interest, whilst associated hotel facilities can more easily be accommodated into historic suites or enfilades of rooms and spaces. That is the approach adopted in the appeal proposals, based upon understanding of significance, so that hotel bedrooms are accommodated in new buildings or wings with indirect impacts, and direct impacts are minimised by locating related hotel facilities within Hamilton's building. In my experience, new buildings and new design in historic settings can be positive in their own right, reflecting the aim of conservation as the management rather than the prevention of change, as long as it is based on understanding of significance. I draw support for this approach from best practice and supporting advice and guidance from bodies such as English Heritage, Historic England and CAVE, where in effect a practical philosophy of constructive conservation has evolved over time. The aim of constructive conservation is to achieve balance between sustaining heritage values whilst achieving solutions which are architecturally and commercially deliverable. Such principles are reflected in the guidance, New Design in Historic Settings, Core Document 508, which is particularly relevant to the consideration of the appeal proposals where new design is proposed in a historic setting. Notably, this guidance makes it clear that Historic Scotland, as was, hoped to open a dialogue around the issues of new design in historic settings so that each case can be discussed within its own terms and context. However, I detect in the approach of both HES and CEC to consideration of proposals for reuse of this important listed building that, however well-meaning, a more conservative and narrow attitude underpinning assessment of impact. Matters of architectural design are considered in the evidence of others, and I do not seek to repeat those aspects here. However, broad assessment of the appeal proposals against the key principles set out in the New Design in Historic Settings document is instructive, providing a valid framework for balanced assessment of relative impact. For example, new interventions in historic settings do not need to look old in order to create a harmonious relationship with their surroundings. In the case of the appeal proposals, with a necessary honesty and confidence in evolving a modern architectural response to development within the setting of the former Royal High School successfully adopted. Materials and massing do not seek to replicate the listed building, but provide an informed response to the characteristics of its setting. This has been based upon careful study and analysis of the nature, form and history of the specific place and context of the listed building, illustrated by the depth of understanding gained and presented in the Heritage Statement. Identifying the DNA of a place, how it has come down to us today, and what were the key factors that have influenced its current form. The new design has fully considered the surrounding scale, hierarchy, and massing of the existing built form, with an agreed set of key views used to assess the sphere of influence from an early stage in the process and in impact assessment of the proposals on heritage setting. Further, the appeal proposals adopt sensitive use of appropriate colour, texture and pattern of materials, important in the overall design ethos of a building next to the listed building, but respecting its own materiality and form, key to its special interest, while seeking to blend in a recessive manner to the setting of the appeal site. In essence, the proposed new hotel bedroom wings can be described as aspiring to blend and coalesce with the existing built form without simply replicating it. Similarly, the proposal, through maintaining the focus of the temple front of Hamilton's powerful building, protects its primacy and function as a landmark within the wider context. And perhaps most relevant of all to the matters I consider in my inquiry report, the proposals are firmly based upon an understanding of the historic evolution of a place, essential in determining whether a historic setting needs enhancement or whether lost elements should be restored. As I've noted above, these tenets of a positive approach to new design in the historic environment are reflective of wider and more generally accepted principles, which in my experience tend to lead to positive outcomes. I consider that the combined heritage statement, which must be read as a whole, properly tackles assessment of impacts from the micro, for example, the impact on historic fabric and layout, to the macro, impact on much wider and more extensive heritage designations. This includes, given the appeal site's location in a World Heritage Site, a heritage impact assessment, adapted in light of practical application and experience, addressing ICOMOS guidance. Similarly, the heritage statement provides necessary baseline information to underpin the environmental impact assessment. From experience, I know the use of the ICOMOS guidelines, whilst useful, can lead to technically derived assessments of impacts, which can lack overt depth and clarity of a more narrative-based assessment, against and in light of prevailing legislation, policy, guidance and best practice, prepared using professional and expert judgment. It is commendable that the Heritage Statement has tackled assessment of impacts from both perspectives. I believe that the author of the Heritage Statement understanding of the building and site, which has increased over the timescale of the project, has formed a key input to the design team's proposals for adaptive reuse of the building. The design has therefore been informed by such understanding from an early point in the process. I also note that the author has sought to share and consult upon his increasing understanding of the site with all stakeholders. Both these aspects, whilst often critical to successful new development in the historic environment, unfortunately in my experience, are not always the case. Both appeal schemes have been informed by this understanding, whilst the opportunity was taken to increase that understanding further after refusal of permission for the first scheme. However, the apparent overlooking of aspects of the author's understanding of the site, rigid adherence to the binary nature of the Category A listing for the principal building, thereby skewing reasonable assessment of the case made for demolition of other ancillary buildings, an apparently narrow approach to considering the visual impact of proposals, and in the case of HES, a reticent to consider new design in the round, concern me and underpin a misguided approach to impact assessment. I have direct and recent professional experience of the benefits and synergies that hotel use can bring to particularly important listed buildings, where some compromise of balancing of harmful impacts against benefits is essential in allowing sufficiently viable schemes to secure the long-term future of the heritage asset. This is evident here, where an imaginative and confident design response has been derived by understanding of special interest and setting. Hotels are noted to be good economic indicators because they reflect the demand from business users during the week and from leisure users at weekends. Strong demand is a barometer of economic confidence, as is investment by hotel groups in new capacity. And it has been long recognised that hotel use is one excellent way of providing an economic future for large historic buildings. Importantly, hotel owners and managers gain competitive advantage from being able to offer the special experience of staying in buildings that are rich in history and character. That would be the case for the appeal proposals, where public access would be possible to the listed building and its key interior spaces. So my conclusion on matter 3. I endorse the appellant's approach to assessment of impacts, and given my professional experience of the particular benefits that hotel use can bring to the reanimation of important listed buildings in sensitive settings, I conclude that the appeal proposals are properly conceived and framed. A correct balance has been struck between minimising direct intervention in Hamilton's building and original fabric, whilst accommodating necessary new accommodation in a form which minimises resultant indirect impacts, all based upon thorough understanding of special interest and setting. Of the two schemes, I generally favour the second, on the basis it incorporates iterative revisions as a result of feedback and concerns, design review and further understanding of the site. However, each scheme, involving a different quantum of accommodation, to be weighed against necessary economic considerations, when considered its merits, provides a justified solution in heritage terms for adaptive and beneficial reuse of this important listed building. Matter 4. Assessment of the consented RHSPT scheme, but restricted to the question of whether there are other options which would ensure a continuing beneficial use for the building with less impact on its special interest, as set out in HES Policy Statement paragraph 3.47c. HES and CEC reference the RHSPT scheme as an alternative development and use for the site, which is seen as less harmful in heritage terms, primarily on the basis of providing no development on the former playground to the west. However, I've reviewed the consented proposals and believe that whilst the scheme meets the HES and CEC objective of not siting new development to the west of the building, other more harmful effects result. Most notably, the scheme involves significant external and internal intervention to original fabric directly below the portico of Hamilton's building, in turn also requiring extensive excavation below the portico and central hall. Where wholly new built form is required, it is placed between the entrance elevation of Hamilton's building and the retaining wall to the rear of the site. I believe it is notable that this scheme also requires significant new accommodation to facilitate a new use for the listed building, and whilst great effort has been made to visually conceal this within the site, the strategy has in turn required greater alteration of the listed building itself. The understanding gained of the listed building and Hamilton's design intent clearly illustrates the primacy and architectural importance of the south elevation to Regent Road, never intended or designed to be the main entrance. Contravention of this principle serves to confuse Hamilton's intentions and work against the special interest of the listed building. Similarly, the north elevation, which is arranged around the principal entrance, is composed and decorated as such, much more than a simple rear elevation. However, the Royal High School Preservation Trust scheme locates necessary practice room accommodation adjacent to and partly obscuring much of that elevation, and indeed, in HES's words, would prevent the north facade being read coherently with octagonal pavilions introducing an uncharacteristic series of interlocking spaces. Indeed, I note that concerns regarding design have not been resolved, with the cupolas or domes to the octagonal pavilions specifically not granted planning permission or consent, and further details and revised design required by condition. I'm also concerned that internally, the volume of the new entrance foyer requires demolition of Hamilton's original series of vaulted spaces below the portico. Again, in HES's words, involving considerable loss of many of Hamilton's original and characterful network of passages and stone vaulting, and also extensive excavation below the foundations of the portico and central hall into the bedrock. In my experience, such intervention and excavation below a listed building is increasingly contentious and, where justified, subject to strict listed building control, given the potential implications for the integrity of the structure. From what I have seen of the determination of the RHSPT scheme, this important issue appears to have at best had cursory attention.
Mr Maskell, if I can just stop you there, please, because you were in attendance last week and you heard evidence about this issue and the cross-examination. Have you got any further comments to add in light of that in relation to the Trust's proposals?
Yes, as set out in my inquiry report, I flag up the key issues that I discerned with that scheme. But in light of the cross-examination of Andrew Wright, I think it was on Thursday or maybe Friday, I have gone back over the lodged documents from that consented scheme, just to more forensically have a look through the things that are proposed. Now, we know that a glazed slot is proposed to be cut in the floor of the portico, but I accept that obviously that particular element of the proposals was removed by listed building consent condition. But of course, that could be varied. But there are also other roof lights, circular lights, proposed above flights of stairs either side of the portico. There is a wide opening cut into the base of the portico for the public entrance. That's in my inquiry statement. But also the removal of fabric and excavation under the portico extends under the assembly hall. It also goes both sides below the stairwells and also further into the rooms, under the rooms that are above on either side. And that's actually taking out substructure and foundations of those elements. Also, the proposal involved the removal of the floor, the pit and the substructure to the assembly room. And obviously new floors proposed with moving platforms to create the necessary flexible performance space. Extension of the new building on the East Playground, and we saw the perspective that was put to Mr Wright last week, a perspective looking...
So I don't know if those at the back of the room can hear this. Given the background noise, I'm looking around and I'm not convinced that they can, and from our point of view this is important evidence which clearly is not in the precognition.
The indications I'm getting from the back of the room is that the evidence is audible. Yep.
If it is, that's splendid.
Not ideal, but audible.
Well,
I would...
Grateful for you looking around and addressing us, but if it takes your mouth from the microphone, then maybe that's not suitable.
I will try and speak up as well. Yes, if you recall, last week, Andrew Wright was presented with one of the perspective drawings of the Trust proposals for the site, which was looking across the site from the east. And it was easy to discern there that the extension on the eastern playground actually goes right up to and covers the bottom part of the Belvedere, which, as you know, we believe is a very important part of the site and special interest of the listed building.
I wonder if we could just have that drawing before us. It's within document CD 563, Mr Maskell. And I have it within section 6, some 14 pages from the end of section 6, I hope. It's headed the new building, and it has an aerial view of the school from the southeast. It looks like that, if that helps anyone.
Thank you. Yes, I have that. We can see in that perspective the Belvedere sited in the corner, exposed, but you will see that the extension of the new accommodation, which extends right across the East Playground, actually goes up to and actually obscures the lower part of the Belvedere. On looking at that further to understand the relationship and looking at the drawings, which are in core documents, it's also clear that a plant room, a very large plant room, is proposed directly adjacent to the Belvedere Tower. And that
if you just turn the page, I think you might find an illustration of that as well. One page further on. Does that show the plant room? I applied a microscope to it over the weekend, literally, to read what that is, but I think you'll find it says plant room for something use.
Yes, the drawing in the top left-hand side of that page, you can see the plant room adjacent with a connecting door and corridor through. And then within the Belvedere itself, you can see 3 circles, which are in effect flues, presumably extract or inlet flues for the plant room. Now these extend up through the Belvedere, and the enclosure at the top, which I think Andrew Wright felt couldn't possibly be a louvered plant enclosure, is in fact
Why do you think he thought it couldn't possibly be part of the plant?
I think it's very unfortunate that clearly a very important part of the site and the listing would be treated in such a way, in effect to be a vent flue for accommodation below.
So, in short, does it appear, subject to correction, that the Belvedere is to be changed into something of a glorified vent for the plant room, with plant equipment on top of the roof?
It is. I mean, that is actually what is proposed. And I was quite alarmed to actually find that, because like Mr. Wright, I wouldn't have thought that was the correct approach to reusing the Belvedere once exposed, repaired and so on.
And how do you think that is consistent with the requirements to enhance or conserve or preserve the setting of, in this case, an A-listed building?
Well, it's clearly a negative element of those proposals in that respect.
Thank you. Do you have any further additional comments in light of what you heard last week?
Again, as set out in my inquiry report, the new building, the new visible building for the trust scheme is set along the northern elevation of the Hamilton building. And I've already mentioned the discomfort that HES had with that. But it's interesting to note that the space taken up, which we clearly see as very important between the Hamilton building and the rear retaining wall, is obviously infilled by that element. I respect that element does not touch the Hamilton building, but it does sort of ebb and flow in and out of the articulation of the building. But importantly, if one travels or walks up or indeed down Carlton Hill Drive to the rear of the site, in effect parallel with the retaining wall, it's very interesting the way that Hamilton clearly had strong design intent in the fact that, and you will probably recall this from your site visit, at first you walk up relatively steeply, but then it flattens out along the rear length of the north elevation of Hamilton's building, clearly to allow views of that elevation and obviously further outward. And I think that's a very important element which clearly highlights Hamilton's view about the north elevation of his building.
And what will be the effect on that viewing location in the event that the trust scheme was to be constructed?
In the event of the trust scheme, then obviously the north elevation is obscured, and the space between the retaining wall, which allows Hamilton to set his building very far forward on the site, is obviously infilled. And again, that would be a negative feature.
Would you return then to your recognition, your conclusion on matter 4 at page 7, please?
So my conclusion on matter 4. In my professional opinion, the trust scheme involves extensive works of alteration and adaptation of original fabric and form of Hamilton's building, which will, in HESP's terms, have an adverse impact on the special interest of the building. When considered together with the potential resultant effects of the demolition and excavation required to facilitate the new use, the impact has, in my view, the potential to be significantly adverse. Therefore, in HESP's terms, paragraph 3.47, regardless of the merits of the scheme in isolation, I consider that on scrutiny it does not provide an alternative use for the listed building which would have less impact on special architectural and historic interest than that of the appeal proposals. Summary. I believe that the appeal proposals are imaginative whilst being firmly grounded in understanding and take an approach which seeks to minimise harm to the intrinsic special interests of the listed building, instead providing necessary accommodation in a manner with indirect impacts respecting the setting of the listed building. I consider that such proposed change has been carefully shaped in response to extensive understanding of the building, site and context, which in turn has underpinned fair and reasonable assessment of the resultant impacts as set out in the various components of the Heritage Statement. In these terms, I consider the expert understanding and associated impact assessments provide a rational and robust case to support proposals that can then be weighed in the balance against economic benefits assessed by others. Finally, I therefore commend the heritage work undertaken in support of the appeal proposals, and based on my own professional experience of such matters, endorse the key conclusions reached regarding their acceptability in light of relative heritage considerations. In these terms, I find no impediment to granting permission and consent, subject to economic benefits being found sufficient to address HEF's policy with respect to demolitions.
Just one final matter, Mr Maskell, please. Conservation areas, if anyone is interested in asking questions about that, you may or should be in a position to assist them. Is that so?
That's correct, yes. I can certainly draw attention to where Mr Wright has assessed impacts in his work. Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr Steele. Mr Thompson, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr Maskell.
Good morning.
I wonder if you could have, please, to hand your inquiry report, which is APP 40, and I think you already have your recognition. Most of the questions that I'll be asking will be about the inquiry report itself. And you may also need, later on, CD 459 and CD 383, but you won't need them immediately. Now, starting with your inquiry report, on the contents page, I see that your client is Urbanist Group. Have you done hotel work for them in the past?
No, I haven't.
Have you done any work for them in the past?
No.
Looking at page 4 of your report, we see, well, perhaps starting at page 3, we see that your involvement in the case began in the autumn of 2016.
That's correct.
And at that point, the application for the first scheme had been refused, and the application for the second scheme hadn't yet been made. Looking at your description of what you were doing in relation to these proposals and what your instructions were, am I right in understanding that the main focus of your work was reviewing essentially Mr. Wright's work and reviewing his methodology in particular?
Yes, I think it was felt by the client that in light of my experience, some of it ongoing at that time, particularly with the American Embassy project for hotel use, that it would be useful for me to review Mr. Wright's work in light of my experience of such matters.
And was the emphasis on methodology rather than his individual decisions in his assessment work?
No, it was much wider than methodology. I'm the first to admit that I'm more grounded in the English heritage system, although my team does work in Scotland, which I do oversee. It was more about the approach and value judgments made by Mr. Wright and the research and how that had been put together and what he was saying about what was important with regards to the building and the site. So it was much more in the round. I suppose, to be very precise, I was reviewing the 3 parts of his heritage statement. That was the core documentation that I was looking at for the Scheme 1.
So does that mean that you're offering the inquiry support decision by decision for Mr. Wright's work? Or was it more general than that?
So I'm connecting that. At the time of my review in 2016, I was reviewing things in the round and acting as a sounding board in many respects for the way that Mr. Wright was approaching matters and the judgments he was coming to. The evidence that I present here is further review of that work, particularly, obviously, then subsequent work for Scheme 2 and the documentation prepared for that. And I'm seeking to establish the nature and extent of that work and the degree to which, in effect, it does the job for what is required.
Well, with respect, it seems to me that there's a difference between whether Mr. Wright's work does the job in a sense of ticking all the boxes that need to be ticked and that his methodology is sound and that he's covered all the areas, on the one hand, and looking at his decisions, his assessments, one by one, and saying, yes, I agree with that one, yes, I just about agree with that one, and yes, I completely agree with the next one. My impression reading your report, and forgive me if I got it wrong, was that what you had done was more of the first category than the second.
No, I think it was much more overarching. Yes, I've had to go through the various aspects of assessment and the way that the author, Andrew Wright, has undertaken those. But I think it's important to say that it wasn't a case of me thinking, how would I have done that? Because I think that's slightly different. I was seeking to establish whether or not what had been undertaken was reasonable and meeting the broad requirements of policy and guidance in actually providing sufficient information to underpin understanding and then impact assessment. That did include, obviously, looking at the way that he'd gone about certain elements of that, but it was in broad terms. And the reason I emphasise that point is that there are many, many different ways of actually carrying out some of these assessments. Yes, there are frameworks of guidance and advice, but the practicalities of cases will often mean a tailored or bespoke approach, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Thinking again about the timing of events, I quite see that if you were instructed in autumn of 2016, you were able to look back on the body of work that had gone into the first application. In relation to the application that was made in, I think, February of 2017, were you able to influence that, or did you participate in that in any way directly? Or were you, again, standing back and reviewing it as that work was put together?
Yes, in effect, I'd stood back. I think I'd had one or two conversations with Mr. Wright whilst he was in the depths of preparing that work about aspects, but it was his work, he prepared it. I had no instruction for ongoing review. I was then subsequently instructed to review it once it had been completed in preparing this inquiry report.
Did you receive instructions to review that body of work before or after the application was made?
I was instructed to review it after the refusal.
I see. Thank you. A minor point, Mr. Maskell, at paragraph 3.8 of your report, you tell us about your understanding of the workshops. Would I be right in thinking that you had no direct participation in the workshops at all?
No, I didn't. My comments there are based upon discussions with Mr. Wright and what I've read.
And then turning on to paragraph 3.37, please, which is at the bottom of page 16. Just a minor point. You're referring to the HESP's guidance at the beginning of paragraph 3.37. Is that the managing change in a World Heritage Site, CD 503, that you're thinking about? Or is it something else?
I think it's the generic family of that guidance, the Managing Change series, together with HESPs, yes.
Yep. Can I just ask you briefly, please, about paragraph 3.70 at the foot of page 23. And you're referring to chapter 10 of the environmental statement, which was prepared by Hannah Tweedy. Is it your understanding that the baseline that she used was derived from Mr. Wright's heritage statement?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Thank you. And looking towards the end of paragraph 3.70 of the page, in the last sentence you refer to the separate assessment of the effect of the proposals. Is it Mr. Wright's HIA, volume 3, that you're thinking about there?
Yes, that's the HIA, which was undertaken in light of the ICOMOS guidelines that I referred to.
Okay. Now could we move on, please, to paragraph 4.13? Now, in this paragraph, you say that it seems to you, given the unfortunate history of the building since 1968, that the degree of change likely to be necessary to achieve an economically viable future for the building is likely to be of the nature that will inevitably involve some adverse impact or harm to fabric, form, and setting. I take you mean and or setting.
Yes.
The challenge is to evolve a scheme for an economically feasible use that achieves a balance between, on the one hand, minimal alteration to fabric and intrinsic form of the object, and making best use of the immediate surroundings to the building. Now, looking at the second sentence first, does the need to strike that balance presuppose that in order to achieve the accommodation required for economic purposes, both interventions are required? That is, the intervention to the and to the space around it.
Sorry, could you speak up? I'm struggling to...
I'm sorry. The balance that you seek to strike in that second sentence, does that presuppose that the accommodation required for economic purposes involves necessarily both an intervention to the principal Hamilton building and to the space around it? In other words, to get the accommodation you need, you have to do both of the things that you're balancing.
I think the point that I'm making there, I think the answer is yes. The point I'm making is that it's likely, in my view, given that the building is in effect functionally obsolete, the purpose for which it was constructed ebbed away many years ago, and I respect there have been attempts at other temporary uses since, but given it is obsolete and given the nature of the form of that building, it strikes me that yes, for it to find a economically feasible new use, that there is likely to be change to both the fabric of the building, although that element should in my view be minimised, and change to its setting.
And the point about the balancing is, as I follow your reasoning here, that the more you protect the building by not putting necessary accommodation in the building, the more you need to impinge on the surrounding to find that accommodation.
I think it's a finer judgment than that. I mean, it depends if we're talking about a hotel scheme or we're talking more generically.
I was talking about this particular scheme.
Yeah. For a hotel scheme, as I've said, in my experience, it is normally the hotel rooms, the accommodation, the number of keys, which often have to be designed to certain standards, which struggle normally to be accommodated within historic fabric. It has been done, but it often isn't very successful. There are noise issues and insulation issues and so on. Often that sort of accommodation is best in new accommodation, in new buildings. Mm. But the great benefit of hotel use for listed buildings of this type is that the listed building then itself, particularly a building of this nature, tends to have the sort of spaces which actually can be then reused for hotel purposes, more the core functions of the hotel. So that the division between using the setting for the accommodation, in this case in the two wings, but the hotel building itself for the core hotel functions, facilities, and of course public access to those, is a good balance to strike. Certainly not unreasonable.
And in that answer, does it follow that when one's looking at a hotel use, the balance that you describe in that second sentence is already slightly skewed by the operational requirements of a hotel?
Not skewed. Those just are the requirements of that particular use. If it were, I mean, even with the generic form of a hotel, there could be, it's clearly not the case here, but you could have a small hotel, low number of rooms in a much smaller building, and in that case you might not need so much new accommodation to accommodate those. Mm. But that's a different scale of things. I think looking at the specifics of this site, and given the nature of Hamilton's building, as we understand it, it's clear to me that it is not appropriate to put hotel bedrooms within the building. Therefore, they need to go elsewhere within the site. And that can be achieved successfully.
But once you've made that decision, the scale of the buildings required in the setting of the Hamilton building is already dictated.
No, it's not dictated. There is certainly clearly a requirement for hotel rooms, but then that has to be put through the lens of what is acceptable in terms of appearance, siting, massing within the setting of the listed building.
And does that come down to how many rooms?
No, those are heritage considerations about what can be successfully accommodated capacity-wise within the site whilst respecting the key elements of its layout.
Could we go back then, please, to the first sentence? And your view that it is likely to be of the nature that will inevitably involve some adverse impact or harm to fabric, form, and or setting. Does that mean that your view is that the scale of the two wings in the present proposal, either Scheme 1 or Scheme 2, necessarily involves some adverse impact on the setting of the Hamilton building?
I think, as I set out, there is a minor adverse impact. Yes, I accept that within the setting. Yes, but then that has to be considered within the overall balance of less intervention to the Hamilton building itself.
Well, I think if we move on to paragraph 4.21, this is where you develop that very point. And you say in the second sentence, whilst you respect the proposed extensions are contentious to CEC, and indeed that they are, on reasonable assessment, likely to have some negative impact on the setting of the building, that does not in itself make the overall approach of the proposals as being conservation-led void. And is that the point that you were just making to me?
Yes, when seeing things in the round, I mean, that important balance, I think, strikes the heart of that. What are you doing to the principal category listed building? What's happening in its setting, and striking the balance between the two with all other considerations.
And were you there thinking of the principle of enabling development?
No, not at all. I mean, I should clarify, my understanding of enabling development is development which contravenes normal planning policy, the most common one being Greenbelt, for example, in order that a heritage asset would be changed in such a way, contravening those sort of policies. That's my understanding of enabling development.
Well, perhaps you could have a look now, please, at CD 459, which is the Scottish Planning Policy document from 2014, I think.
Yes, I have that.
And could we look, please, at paragraphs 141 and 142, which are about listed buildings? And perhaps you could just read to yourself, to refresh yourself, what 141 says.
Yes,
Well, you're familiar with that. And could we look now at 142, which talks about enabling development? Enabling development may be acceptable where it can be clearly shown to be the only means of preventing the loss of the asset and securing its long-term future. Any development should be the minimum necessary to achieve these aims. The resultant development should be designed and sited carefully to preserve or enhance the character and setting of the historic asset. Now, is that what you say isn't happening here?
No, to be clear, I do not understand these proposals to be enabling development as I understand it.
Right. And is what you're reading in 142 a description of enabling development as you understand it?
Well, I think 142 doesn't actually describe what enabling development is in terms of its meaning. I would want to know where the definition is for that. I'm sure one probably exists in policy, but I certainly can't put my hand on that.
So going back to the sentence we were looking at in 4.21, what is the proposition that you rely on for the second part of that sentence that does not in itself make the overall approach of the proposals as being conservation-led void?
The point that I'm seeking to make there, in light of the comments made that the scheme is not conservation-led, is that conservation-led is going to be a balance of achieving what is required on the site for economic viability, whilst causing minimum impact, particularly to the Hamilton building, but obviously accepting some change in setting. And there is a balance to be struck between those things. That can be a conservation scheme. A conservation scheme may involve harm or harms, but that balance then has to be struck with benefits that would accrue from that scheme. I don't see that as enabling development.
Thank you. In section 5 of this report, you then move on to consider the trust scheme. And in 5.5, at the foot of the page, you talk about cutting into the south elevation of the building as part of that scheme. And then at 5.18, at the end, you address the question of whether that scheme or either of the appellant scheme would have less impact on the special architectural and historic interest of the building. And that's a reference, I take it, to paragraph 3.47c of the HESP guidance.
Yes, and it's in the context, obviously, of the trust scheme being proposed as a alternative proposal with less impact than the appeal schemes.
In your review of Mr. Wright's work, did you find that he had presented that argument in quite that way? In other words, that one scheme would have a less impact than the other? I mean, we know that he's looked at paragraph 3.47, and indeed he may have looked at subparagraph C, but did you find that he had looked at that comparing exercise in the way that you have done in that paragraph?
In the heritage statement, the 3 volumes,
Yes.
for the second scheme, because that would obviously be after
Indeed.
the trust scheme,
It would only be there.
there is no direct comparison, but I understand, and this is probably for others in evidence, but I understand that the appellant's team were consulted on the trust scheme and made representations at that time, which in effect, I understand, sought to draw out the differences in terms of impacts of that scheme compared to the appeal schemes, what are now the appeal schemes. That's my understanding.
Right. Well, just to complete the picture about this and to understand what documents you've looked at and considered, could you look, please, at CD 186? This is the planning statement, which I understand accompanied both the applications for planning permission and the listed building consent application. And if you look at section 4 of that document, you'll see that it addresses the alternative proposal, which is a reference to the trust proposal. And then if you move on to paragraph 4.19, under the heading Physical Interventions, there's a reference to Mr. Wright and Appendix 9. And if you then turn on to find Appendix 9, which I think is the last appendix to that planning statement, it's entitled Trust Critique, Building Interventions, and a reference to Mr. Wright. And and you'll see his conclusion at the end. Have you seen this document before?
I've not turned this document up before, no.
Have you seen the planning statement at all before?
Yes, I have read it, I would say in summary, because I was focusing, given my role, on the work of Andrew Wright in support, his work in support of the appeal schemes directly. So I was reviewing his heritage statement and directing myself to the matters that the reporters want to understand in that respect. I was also obviously looking at the trust scheme, but I did that independently in looking at the approved drawings and going through those, and hence the evidence that I adduced in my inquiry report in that respect.
Did you not wonder what his position on the trust proposals was?
Yes, it was certainly my mind. I'm sure in conversation we probably did share comments in broad terms. But it was only once I sat down with the approved documents, which are in the core documents now, the drawings of that approved scheme, did I actually gain proper understanding of what that scheme involves. And obviously since that time as well, having had another look, more insight in relation to the Belvedere, for example, and impacts.
And of course you wouldn't find Mr. Wright's comments on the trust scheme in the HS or the HIA, because they're here.
That would appear to be the case, yes.
And I don't want to take advantage of the fact that you haven't seen this before, but if you could just take a moment to look at it and then tell me whether you find any reference to the comparison exercise that you comment on in 3.47C.
Well, I think that would be unlikely, because I understand this is written as a critique of those specific proposals. I don't think it's undertaken as a comparison exercise.
And isn't that
the way it's presented? And
isn't that what you were doing? You're critiquing the trust proposals too.
Well, yes, in line on that matter, insofar as it bears upon consideration of these proposals.
I mean, are you surprised that Mr. Wright didn't point to the comparison exercise under 3.47C?
No, I'm not, because Mr. Wright was focused upon presenting the understanding and impact assessment of the scheme with which he was charged with. And obviously that work is in the lead up to the submission of that application. It was then clear in determination of that application, in the committee report and so on, that references were made to the trust scheme, is my understanding.
But didn't Mr. Wright have to address the fact, by the time of the second application, that by then the trust scheme was a consented scheme?
I'm not sure that he would, because his prime task was to assess the impact of the proposals which he was instructed to work on. Because obviously there could be the trust scheme, or there could be any number of unknown other potential schemes, obviously not consented or before us in planning terms.
In that case, Mr. Maskell, could we move on from the trust scheme and go back to your conclusion on matter 3, which we find in paragraphs 6.23 and 24 of your report. Now, in paragraph 6.23, you endorse the appellant's approach. And then in 6.24, you go on to deal with the fact that there are two schemes. Of the two schemes, you generally favour the second on the basis it incorporates iterative revisions as a result of feedback and concerns, design review and further understanding of the site. However, each scheme involving different quantum of accommodation to be weighed against necessary economic considerations, when considered on its merits, provides a justified solution in heritage terms for adaptive and beneficial reuse of this important listed building. Now, do you accept that the adverse impact, albeit you regard it as comparatively slight, of the two schemes, the adverse impact of the first is greater than of the second?
I don't think it's as straightforward as that, because the schemes differ in the way they dispose form within the site, but obviously in terms of what they deliver in economic terms. They also differ in other aspects with public realm, the degree to which some features are retained in one scheme but not another. So it's actually quite difficult to do a very straightforward comparison, but I do say that I believe that the second scheme is preferable. So yes, to be fair, I would say that I probably see that as in overall terms having slightly less impact, less heritage harm.
And have you given me that answer in light of the comparative economic benefits, or was that answer
No, not in light of. I said that as a context. I mean, I don't in any way, I'm not giving evidence on that, but it is a consideration, which I understand will be considered, because that is context to obviously a quantum of form that is proposed in each case. Because I understand they are different, because they deliver a different quantum of hotel bedroom space.
Clearly. But what I'd like to ask you to do, and to be clear about what you're telling me in your answer, is to put aside the economic considerations for a moment, put aside the fact that you get more bedrooms in Scheme 1 than Scheme 2, and that would inevitably have an impact on the viability of the two proposals. Leave that aside and look at it purely in heritage impact terms. Is it your position that Scheme 1 would have a greater adverse impact on the Hamilton building, among other things, than would Scheme 2?
There are, in specific terms, some of the impacts on the Hamilton building in the way that connections are made in Scheme 1 are, I would say, marginally more harmful than the way they are in Scheme 2. But that must then be put in consideration of other heritage benefits that Scheme 1 or Scheme 2 may deliver. It's always a balance of all those, reasoning all those things through in each scheme and then putting them side by side. But I am happy to accept that I believe that Scheme 2 is slightly less harmful than Scheme 1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maskell. Now, moving on. Paragraph 6.30, we come to your conclusion on matter 4, which is your professional opinion on the trust scheme. And your conclusion in the last sentence, therefore in HESP's terms, referring to paragraph 3.47, regardless of the merits of the scheme considered in isolation, you do not consider that the trust scheme sufficiently demonstrates it is an alternative use for the listed building, which has less impact on special architectural and historic interest than the appeal schemes. Would you accept that that conclusion was very much a matter of professional opinion on which views may differ?
Yes, I think that's fair, but obviously it's based upon forensically looking at the drawings for the trust scheme and assessing what is proposed there in terms of demolition and excavation.
I'm not suggesting that your professional opinion was lightly taken. I just wanted to see if you accepted that other professionals may have different opinions.
I can accept that. I think I struggle, given the nature of the proposals, for another heritage expert to consider there was less impact on special interest of the Hamilton building? Because to me it's almost empiric looking at the drawings in terms of intervention to the Hamilton building of the trust scheme compared to the intervention of the appeal scheme. There is, in simple numerical terms, far less intervention in fabric, important fabric.
Well, it may depend on what you value of what's there to start with.
That's true, but there should, I would hope, be a common understanding of the special interest of the Hamilton building in terms of its form and fabric. I don't think there's great difference between the parties on that.
Well, there are other wider issues, aren't there? The setting in the World Heritage Site, the setting in the conservation area, the setting of the other listed buildings that would be, the settings of which would be affected.
Yeah,
all that has to be considered. And
it is, but you're asking about special interest of the listed building, and I would also draw comfort from my view in that it's quite clear on reading of HES's comments that they had concerns as well. Yes, in the end they didn't object, they came to their own balancing judgment. That is for them to do, but they clearly had concerns, and I share those concerns. Perhaps I put greater weight on them than they do. So yes, in those terms, I would agree there is some element of difference of professional judgment.
thank you. And moving on then to your final paragraph, 6.34. In the first sentence, you commend the heritage work undertaken in support of the appeal proposals, and based on your own professional experience of such matters, endorse the key conclusions reached regarding their acceptability in light of relevant heritage considerations. And then you say, in these terms, you find no impediment to granting of permission and consent should the resultant economic benefits be found to weigh in favour of the schemes in the overall planning balance. And I just wanted to see if I understood exactly what you were saying in that sentence. When you say no impediments, are you thinking of, and are you looking at anything other than Mr. Wright's work? I mean, are you looking at all the relevant policies in the development plan, for instance?
I'm looking at it in heritage terms, so Mr. Wright's work against the general requirements of legislation and policy about needing to understand significance and setting, and then his assessment of impact in light of that understanding. I'm saying that is reasonable, and the conclusions are reasonable, and that then in light of the wider balance has to be struck. And it's probably because I use terms that I'm more familiar with a slightly different system in terms of nuancing, that in terms of the wider balance, that if we're looking at heritage impacts, there is no impediment in the way that the building has been understood and impacts assessed that would prevent the grant of consent subject to those other wider considerations. If it was decided that it was absolutely wrong for a hotel scheme to be on this site, then obviously that would have a major, in terms of land use planning terms, that would have a major turn in the opposite direction.
And what I was thinking was that there are 4 appeals here, 2 listed building ones, 2 planning permission ones. There are all sorts of judgments that are going to have to be made before a final conclusion is reached. In relation to planning appeals, do they conform with the development plan? If not, are there material considerations pointing otherwise? So you'd have to come to a view about the policy conformity question. Then you might weigh the economic benefits in that scale, or you might be thinking about weighing the economic benefits in a HESP's context in relation to whether the listed building consents should be granted. I was just wondering if there's not an awful lot more underlying issues than perhaps one appreciates just reading that last sentence. And I wondered how much of those individual issues you've addressed, or whether you'd really want to make quite such a sweeping statement as that last sentence.
Well, I'm trying to conclude there, obviously. It's a concluding paragraph, so obviously by its nature.
What I'm suggesting to you is it might be easier if you ended your evidence with just the first sentence. I think we know where you stand on the other issues already.
No, because I think I'm wanting to say to the reporters that on review of Mr. Wright's work, in terms of the topics that they have asked are assessed, that I find nothing there that would prevent, subject to all the other many considerations that you refer to in making the overall planning judgment, there is nothing that prevents that then subsequent consideration from happening in heritage terms. I think I'm even more explicit in the precognition that obviously, yes, there is a HESPS element to that with respect to the demolition of the ancillary buildings within the site. And I respect there is a HESPS test there which involves economic benefits.
Well, I've looked at the precognition and I found exactly the same sentence at the end of the precognition, and it seemed to me that it faced exactly the same potential difficulties. And if you don't wish to withdraw it, can we just be clear that what you're thinking about in that sentence is the heritage aspects that need to be considered rather than the global planning or listed building consent decision?
To be absolutely clear, I'm saying I find no impediment to moving on to those considerations on the basis of the heritage work.
Quite happy with that. Thank you, Mr. One minor matter in your precognition, if I may, and it's paragraph, I think, 1.15. I'm sorry. Let me just find it. Paragraph 1.16 in your precognition. And if you just cast your eye over paragraph 1.15 before to get the context, what I wanted to ask you was whether you had seen CD 383. Just at the moment I've lost. Have you seen 383 before?
I've not seen it as a source document. I've seen many references to it and obviously interpretation of it in comments of both CEC and HES, and obviously it's referenced in the heritage statement as well as
right.
part of the journey as such.
So you didn't have it in mind when you wrote 1.16?
No, what I had in mind in 116 was trying to understand why there is such a divergence between the appellants and, in effect, the statutory authorities with regard to the heritage matters and consideration of them and impact of the scheme. And that's, I really have tried to understand that, because to me it's unusual that there is such divergence. And that was the context within which paragraph 116 was written. And I'm trying to establish in my mind why we are where we are.
Are you familiar with documents like 383, which take the form of pre-application advice from planning officers, but covered with caveat warnings that nothing that a planning officer says can bind or fetter the discretion that will ultimately be exercised by the council committee.
I'm fully aware that officers' advice is simply that, and they can not in any way fetter their determining body.
Right. And is it apparent from that document, CD 383, that so far as the council was concerned, there was no absolute embargo on development to the west of the Hamilton building? It was a question of location and degree.
I think it's fair to say that it's definitely not an embargo on development. Clearly it envisages that there can be some development in some locations.
Thank you. Sirs, I wonder if you're thinking about having a break this morning, that might be an appropriate point.
Yes, that's fine, Mr. Thompson. How much more do you think you have for this witness?
Only one more substantive point.
Okay. So let's take a break now until 11:45. Thanks.
Raise the question of this noise again, sir. It may be that Mr. Maskell is completely content to continue, but I can say that we've had a discussion about it downstairs, and one or two of the others in the team who are due to give evidence have indicated they would find it extremely distracting to give evidence with the kind of noise that's going on. I simply draw that to your attention. If Mr. Maskell's happy, I'm very happy, sir, but giving evidence at an inquiry like this is by definition a very stressful business without having a road roller effectively almost underneath us, which is what's happening at the moment, and other equipment about to start. So I simply draw that to your attention. Our phone call to the manager simply indicated that she would phone somebody else and try and speak to them, but in truth nothing has actually happened of a practical nature. It may be that an edict from yourselves who have hired this room might have some effect, because clearly we have, I assume, rented a room which is meant to be fit for purpose and not have significant building and engineering operations going on both outside and actually underneath where we are sitting. Don't mean to be difficult, but I do hope that we can get the best possible evidence with minimum disruption to witnesses and the like.
Yes, I think you're right, in fact, to raise it again. It can be pretty distracting at times, although the feedback we've had is that, in fact, the building work isn't audible at all on the webcast. So, and I know that's not the most important consideration.
Perhaps I should follow the proceedings in the webcast then,
yes.
sir.
I will endeavour to speak to the venue manager during the lunch break. I might have heard last week that the football club isn't the client for the work that's being undertaken. Is that right?
I've no idea about that, sir.
And if that's the case, that might be more difficult, but we'll certainly try to speak to them at lunchtime.
Whatever it is, I simply register an extreme concern that this is distracting.
That's noted, Mr. Steele. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Maskell, my learned friend Mr. Steele rather set you up for a question about where one might find in Mr. Wright's heritage statement his view of the assessment of the impact of the proposals on either or both of the conservation areas. And I wonder if I could ask you if you're able and ready to give an answer to that question, please.
Yes, of course. I think, as Andrew Wright sets out in his inquiry report, I think it's page 27 onwards, he articulates where, if we need to be taken anywhere to see exactly where he feels he has covered conservation areas in his reports. So I use that obviously as my reference point, obviously, as well as my knowledge of what I've read. Now, in effect, if I consider Scheme 2 first, from what I see there in Part 1, there is the understanding. I think pages 89 to 90, historic townscape is set out. That's CD 197. Then in Part 2, the then conservation area character appraisal for the conservation area is reviewed. And then also in Part 2, the conservation area appears in descriptive terms where its significance is articulated in the Gazetteer, which is CD 198, pages 47 onwards. Now, also, the new subsequent conservation area character appraisal is considered. That's in CD 495, is my understanding.
Sorry, what are we going to find in CD 495?
I think that's reference to the new, that is the new conservation area character appraisal, is right. CD 495. So it was obviously revised subsequent to the one that informed the first appeal scheme. But then also, given that conservation area matters, it's a spatial designation. It's largely contiguous with the World Heritage Site. There are some differences in the boundaries, but clearly, as a spatial designation, its character and appearance, special architectural historic interest is very much wrapped up in the wider attributes also of the OUV of the World Heritage Site. Also, as a conservation areas obviously include townscape, landscape. Such matters, townscape assessment is considered in the TVIA, or rather LVIA chapter of the ES. So it's considered in many different places, if broken down to historic townscape. But I think most of all it is wrapped in the wider World Heritage Site attributes.
Is that the end of the answer?
Yes.
Thank you. What I'm looking for is an assessment by Mr. Wright, either in the HS, volumes 1 to 3, I'm thinking about Scheme 2, the same numbering that you've been looking at, or by anyone else in the team in any of the other environmental statement documents, or in any of the other documents which accompany the application, an assessment by anyone of whether the Scheme 2 proposals were considered to meet the test of having an adverse impact on the character or appearance of either of the conservation areas. Now, does anyone in any of these documents address that particular question?
I think it's addressed in wider terms. I think in each of the views that are assessed, which is primarily for the purpose of the HIA, clearly the conservation area is in the mind of the author, and the attributes of the conservation area as much as the wider attributes of the World Heritage Site in assessing each of those views. There is significant commonality, as one would expect, between what's important in World Heritage Site terms and what is important in conservation area terms. That is absolutely to be expected, given they are both spatial designations of generally the same area. I also understand that there is assessment, I think it's 12.9.16 of the VIA.
Sorry, 12.9 what?
12.9.16 of the VIA chapter in relation to historic townscape, because, again, this is the evidence of others, but in undertaking an LVA or TVIA, the area is broken down into townscape units. Obviously, the conservation area would be a very important one of those and has to be recognised in that assessment.
I take it from your experience of conservation and heritage matters that you're well aware of the importance of assessing whether a proposal has an adverse effect on the character or appearance of a conservation area. You're well aware of that.
Yes, I am, and I'm also, from experience, where the conservation area is contiguous with the World Heritage Site. It is quite common the two are dealt with together.
Well, what I'm asking about is how it's dealt with here. We'll come on to the contiguosity, if that's a word, with the World Heritage Site considerations in OUV. Let's just start by trying to find a reference to that test in any of these documents. And you've referred me to the Heritage Statement. So perhaps if we start there at, which is 198, Volume 2. And it's Chapter 2, page 8. Do you have that?
Yes, I have that.
You see that there, Mr. Wright addresses the context, the relevant historic environment legislation and guidance. And he tells us in 2.1.2, the planning statement accompanying the planning application considers the proposed development in the context of relevant legislation and other material considerations. The following provides an overview for the purposes of completeness. And then he refers to, in paragraph 2.2.2, the Act, which I think is a reference to the Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act. And he refers to the test that has to be satisfied in order to obtain consent for a listed building intervention, and that I think is a reference to section 14. And then over the page we see a reference at 2.2.6 to section 59.1 of the Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act, which of course is the one to do with having to have regard to the setting, amongst other things, of listed buildings. You're familiar with that one?
Yes, I am.
And then he goes on to talk about conservation areas at 2.2.8, but in the context of the sort of consent that one would require to demolish an unlisted building in a conservation area. But conspicuously, there's no reference to section 64, is there?
No, I imagine in the author's mind the preceding reference to the planning statement, I imagine, is where he expects that to be set out.
Well,
but I accept as a matter of fact there is no reference there.
Let's have a look at the planning statement. I think I've already referred you to it. It's CD 186. And again, I repeat my understanding that this is the planning statement that accompanied both the planning application and separately the listed building application. And again, I think your position was that you'd review this document, but not particularly focusing on the appendices.
I think the words I used, I've scanned this document, but I've focused on other documents more so.
Right. Well, let's see what we can find in the statutory context section, which begins at 1.43. And we start with a reference to the familiar section 25 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997 as amended. Then we move on to the Planning Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Scotland Act 1997, which further requires a planning authority, when determining planning applications for development that affects a listed building or its setting, should have special regard to desirability of preserving the building or its setting or any features of special architectural or historic interest that it possesses. And that, I take it, we can agree is a reference to section 59.
Yes, it is.
Do you find in this document any reference, either expressly by number or by content, to section 64?
Well, I've only scanned the document, but by the nature of your question, I would imagine that there is no reference. That is the statutory context set out there.
I don't want to take advantage of the fact that you've only scanned it, but as you're being offered as a witness to help us with this matter, I wonder if you could just take a minute to see if you can find a reference in this document.
No, I don't find reference.
In that case, may it be reasonable to assume that neither the author of the planning statement, nor Mr. Wright, nor anyone else in the appellant's team specifically applied their minds to the question of whether the test under Section 64 in respect of conservation areas was being met?
No, I don't think that's the case. As I've said, Mr. Wright clearly addressed the local authorities' conservation area character appraisal, both versions, and from memory, certainly in both of those documents, the full import of the statutory duty is set out, preceding the subsequent analysis of character or appearance. Now, clearly, Mr. Wright had read that. He's articulated elements of that document as part of his consideration here. So, yes, I think it would have been in his mind.
Well, could we look at it this way? Would the council have found, or will the reporters find, anywhere in the environmental statement or any of the supporting documents for the Scheme 2 or the Scheme 1 application, any guidance as to what any members of the appellant's team thought about the specific question of whether the proposals were likely to have an adverse effect on the character or appearance of either of the conservation areas in those terms?
Insofar as that impact was explored in terms of visual considerations, I'm sure that statements would have been offered to that in that respect with regard to each view assessment if there had been a perceived harmful effect on character or appearance, because that would have been in the author's mind. And as I say, there are, because it crosses disciplines, there are impacts on townscape, which are also assessed in a separate ES chapter, which crosses over with conservation area.
Well, Mr. Pascal, isn't the fact that it crosses disciplines all the more reason why someone should have assisted the reporters with that information, or assisted initially the council with that information, namely the assessment of all these different strands to help them decide whether these proposals, Scheme 2 proposal I'm thinking of at the moment, would be likely to have an adverse effect on the character or appearance of the conservation area?
I think what I would say is that given the references, several references to the conservation area and its character appraisal in Mr. Wright's work and his subsequent assessment and the conclusions that he reaches, that there would have been a statement if there was perceived adverse impact on character or appearance. And obviously he does then cover that more explicitly in his inquiry report.
Well, we know from your initial reference to Mr. Wright's inquiry report that he did there address the question of whether there was an adverse effect on the character or appearance of the conservation area. And I think you referred to the particular paragraph. I don't know if you were here when I was asking him questions about it on the first day of the inquiry, and I referred to it as what I described as a sleight of hand of answering the question posed by Section 64 by reference to work that he'd done elsewhere in relation to outstanding universal value. But you can't help me to find that particular assessment by anybody of the global effect, in other words, how the appellants answer that statutory question.
I'm not able to assist you with that, no.
When you came to review the work that had been done by others in the team, did you notice this omission?
No. I was reviewing Andrew Wright's 3 volumes, and as I say, he clearly has set out the fact there is a conservation error. He sought to understand what's important about it as one of the raft of heritage designations. And to my mind, I was content that it was clearly in his mind in the various impact assessments that he undertook. But he was in quite a testing situation in that there are so many heritage designations working from arguably the most important, the listed building it's setting, a statute that goes with that. Then, of course, the conservation and wider spatial setting and World Heritage Site. But he was trying to deal with all these things together. And I was content that certainly in his impact assessment that he was considering impact on the spatial designation of the World Heritage Site and thereby also character, appearance and conservation area. I was also aware that the ES did also tackle historic townscape. But that wasn't something I was specifically reviewing.
I appreciate that you only speed read the planning statement, but I take it that you read more slowly when you got to Section 2 of 198, Volume 2 of Mr. Wright's Heritage Statement, and when you saw the relevant legislation that he was setting out as the background to the task that he was embarking on, did you notice that there was a conspicuous lack of reference to Section 64?
I think my assumption was it was probably set out in the ES because I think Andrew Wright makes it quite clear that these heritage statements start with the building, the listed building, and its setting, and that's clearly what he was articulating the framework for here. And obviously where this document sits with the wider ES, it's an appendix to it, but it's also a standalone document. So that conservation area, and certainly the duty to it, I'd expect to be in the ES, or at least listed in the various duties that would apply.
Mr. Maskell, when you looked at page 9 of Volume 2 of the Heritage Statement at 198, and you saw the reference to Section 59, and then you saw the reference at 2.2.8 to Section 61, but not Section 64, did it not strike you that there was something missing from Mr. Wright's appreciation of the statutory background?
Not his appreciation, no, because he's clearly a very experienced practitioner who's very experienced in working conservation areas. Including the reference to Section 61, it's quite clear, character and appearance which is desirable to preserve and enhance. Obviously the duty is preserve or and enhance, but clearly that is in his mind. He has understanding of that concept, clearly.
But his reason for setting out the terms of Section 61 is because that gives the local authority control over the demolition of unlisted buildings within conservation areas as set out in Section 66. That surely was the context of his examination on consideration of Section 61, wasn't it?
That's the following context there, but it's clearly explicit that demolition of buildings in a conservation area would be part of the consideration of effect on character and appearance.
Are you telling the inquiry that you didn't notice that there was an omission of reference to Section 64?
I understood the reference was elsewhere. because I was reviewing the heritage statement. And there's clearly a reference to a planning statement and there's a reference to an ES.
Did you check that?
As is often the case in an ES chapter, statutory duties would be set out in the cultural heritage chapter.
Did you check?
No.
Did you suggest
because I didn't check because I was absolutely content that Mr. Wright was fully aware of the duty.
Even from a presentational point of view, wouldn't it have been helpful to have highlighted Section 64?
It would have been helpful, I can't disagree.
But you didn't make that observation to anyone in the team or to your clients?
No, because, as I say, my understanding was it was elsewhere.
Thank you, Mr. Maskell. Thank you, Sam.
Thanks for that, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Mackay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Maskell.
Afternoon.
Can I take you, please, to page 34 of your inquiry report?
Yes, I have that.
And Mr. Thompson took you to paragraph 5.18, where you're effectively summarising your position in relation to the comparison between the appeal proposals and the music school proposals. Is that right?
Yes, he did.
Now, in relation to the summary which you state at 5.18, am I right in thinking that key to that summary conclusion is the text which you see at 5.17, immediately above, where you say that we draw a comparison, essentially, and you say that even if the apparent overriding desire on the part of HES and CEEC to maintain the west part of the site free from development were accepted as a valid parameter in seeking reuse, the reversible nature of many aspects of the appeal proposals where they involve setting should properly be weighed against what is otherwise permanent loss of significant fabric of the listed building in the RHSPT scheme. So I take it that as a key aspect of the conclusion which you then express in the next paragraph.
Yes, it's a tenet of good conservation of the historic environment, yes.
Now, you've explained to Mr. Thompson also your understanding that Mr. Wright's work was to some extent embedded within and intended to be complementary of the other work that's found in the environmental statement.
That's my understanding, yes.
And part of that includes an assessment of operational effects, i.e. effects on setting.
Within the ES, yes.
Did you consider and review the assessment of effects or the assessment of operational aspects in the environmental statements before writing your inquiry report?
No, I didn't.
So are you aware or unaware that in CD 165 at paragraph 10.9.27, which is page 1026, that it is said that all predicted operational effects, i.e. effects on setting, would be irreversible and permanent in nature? Are you aware or unaware of that in the first instance, Mr. Maskell?
I'm not aware of that, but I can understand, knowing the terminology used in ES statements, that sort of wording could be there. That's no surprise.
And it's there for a reason, isn't it, Mr. Maskell? Because the person who's carrying out the assessment has to form a view on the nature of the effect, and in particular whether it's a short-term, long-term, or indeed permanent effect. Is that right?
That's a requirement of ESs or EIAs, yes.
And it derives from a legal requirement from the EIA directive, is that right?
It does, yes.
And that's been the opinion formulated by Hannah Tweedy, who will be giving evidence later in the inquiry.
I believe so.
And so the reporters should be in no doubt, shouldn't they, Mr. Maskell, that when they come to consider aspects relating to the impact on setting, they ought to regard those impacts as permanent and irreversible?
I think they would need to take that conclusion for what it is in an ES statement and read it alongside the other assessment work and the narrative which appears in the Part 2 of the suite of Heritage Statement documents. This all needs to be read together. As I've said, I think Andrew Wright and indeed others in the team have had the task of using different assessment methodologies under ES, HIA, which is the ICOMOS supported document, and more straightforward, I would say, heritage assessment in more narrative terms, particularly in light of setting and special interest of the listed building. So I think you have to read them as a whole. If you focus on one, the ES, that terminology has specific meanings for ES purposes.
Mr. Maskell, I apologise for
Could I finish?
interrupting you.
In the same way that wording within the narrative, Andrew Wright's statement, has meaning in those terms. And I think we have to be cognizant of that. And that's why we say all must be read together, taking account.
Well, Mr. Maskell, if I ask you a specific question with just a particular aspect, it doesn't really help the inquiry if you continually broaden out to say that effectively everything has to be read together. Now, I'm asking you as a professional who's giving advice to the reporters as to the nature of the effect that they should assume for the purpose of setting impacts. Now, I take it you agree it's a vitally important aspect of the inquiry.
Sorry, could you I didn't quite
I take it
understand
that issue, the nature of the effects on the setting of the listed building and other buildings is a vitally important aspect of the inquiry.
Yes, of course.
And I'm asking you, therefore, your opinion as to the nature of the effects on the setting. Now, you've made it apparently clear in your precognition or your inquiry report that you regard the setting effects as reversible. What I'm pointing out to you is that Hannah Tweedy takes a different view, which is that they ought to be regarded as irreversible and permanent.
Yes, because we're looking at things from different perspectives. One from an ES perspective, I'm looking at it from a non-ES perspective. And the point I'm making is, and please, I must be able to explain this because it's important.
Mr. Maskell, the whole purpose of the environmental statement is to report on the environmental effects, which includes the impacts on setting of listed buildings. So the position is quite clear. For the purpose of their advice to ministers, the reporters are required to regard those effects as both permanent and irreversible, insofar as the environmental impact is concerned, i.e. the impacts on setting. Now that's
ES purposes, yes.
Sir, I think the witness was really trying to still answer the last question when my learned friend cut across him, and I really would urge that the witness is entitled to answer a question.
I think Mr. Maskell's about to answer that question. Yes.
I was, sir, but I've lost my train of thought, I have to be honest.
It amounts to this, Mr. Maskell. You have an argument that the building is reversible, potentially. Is that right? Whereas what the reporters need to do in terms of assessing the environmental effect is follow the guidance that Hannah Tweedy is giving them, which is to treat those effects as permanent and irreversible.
I think the point that I make, and it must be placed in context to be understood, is that if you're considering direct impacts on fabric where historic fabric is lost, that cannot be replaced. However, in terms of setting with a new building, that could, and I say could, not would, could be reversible.
We don't see that fine level of distinction in your inquiry report, which is why I'm asking about it, Mr. Maskell.
Well, no, I'm sorry, I do. I actually set out, I can take you to it, where I'm considering impacts on fabric as opposed to impacts on setting, and reversibility is something that can come into that.
In relation to the issue of impacts on setting, that's the aspect I'm interested in, Mr. Maskell. Now, whilst you say that it could be reversed, the appellant's team includes evidence which, as I understand, is designed to persuade the reporters that both of their hotel proposals are economically viable, and therefore that these schemes, either scheme, if consented, would be a long-term use of the building.
Yes, that's my understanding of their case, yes.
And you well understand that if the building, if either scheme were to be approved and the hotel wings were to be constructed, there would be very significant issues that would require to be taken into account if at some later stage there might be an issue about whether those extensions should be demolished. One of which might, for example, be the extent to which demolition might harm the fabric of the Hamilton building.
I think I understand the point you're making. Yes, if the proposed wings were to be removed in the future, one would have to consider how, where they have touched the Hamilton building, it would be appropriately repaired. Yes, I accept that.
And as I understand it, the nature of the hotel, once constructed, would be that the servicing for the main building would be found in the extension wings. For example, the heating system is housed within the extension wings. Is that right?
That's my broad understanding. That's more a question for the architect.
And if consented, of course, the extension wings would then form part of the setting of the principal Hamilton listed building, wouldn't they?
No, absolutely, and a very architecturally accomplished part of the setting of the listed building.
Yes, I thought you might say that, and for that reason, there might be other developers or other potential uses of the building, and there's likely to be a high level of interest in the reuse of the building if consented in that form.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't quite understand that question.
Your client's position is that these extension wings are of high architectural quality, and that might mean that if hypothetically, your clients lose interest or cease any interest in the operation of a hotel at that location, others may well be interested in taking over the use of the building for that or some other purpose. In other words, Mr. Maskell, the point of putting to you...
Could I answer? I don't think for some other purpose, because it's purpose designed as a hotel. So I can't see how it would be easily repurposed for another use.
Can we agree, Mr. Maskell, that the only sensible position that the reporters can take from your evidence is that, on any view, this hotel proposal, if consented, should be regarded as a long-term use of the site?
Well, no, I think that's essential because it is to secure the long-term viability of the site. The point I make, and I must make this proviso, is that in considering impact on fabric and loss of historic fabric against development within the setting of the building, clearly one element is, whether theoretically, practically, whatever, reversible. You cannot reverse the loss of historic fabric.
So should the reporters read paragraph 5.17 as relating to theoretical reversibility of the impact on setting? Is that what your evidence amounts to?
Potentially, yes.
It
could well be that in due course the wings are considered so architecturally accomplished they form part of a listing. That happens.
So your advice to the reporters is that the use of the site, if consented, would be a long-term use, and they should bear that in mind when they're considering both the impact on setting from EIA perspective and also in relation to your evidence at 5.17.
Yes, I absolutely do, and I want to make the point. I'm not saying that the proposed wings are acceptable because they might be not there for very long. I am not at all making that point. The point I'm making, I won't repeat it, is about that against the consideration of loss of historic fabric.
The other comparison that you've made in your evidence this morning, Mr. Maskell, relates to the comparison between schemes 1 and 2. And I think Mr. Thompson established with you that you took the view that scheme 2 was slightly less harmful in terms of its impact on the cultural heritage interests. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, I think that's a fair summary.
And just for clarity, I take it that comparison exercise includes the public realm aspects of both proposals?
Yes, it does to a degree. It takes many things into account, not least the fact that I think we probably understand the site slightly better in between schemes 1 and 2.
So just to be clear, when you say that scheme 2 is, in your view, slightly less harmful, that includes the public realm aspect?
I'm thinking more in terms of the massing of the wings and the way that they touch and adjoin the listed building. That's my principal consideration there, rather than public realm.
Okay.
Although a part of that obviously is the fact that the boundary to the Western Playground is retained. That's obviously adjacent to, forms part of public realm and local townscape.
All right, I'm obliged. Now, your evidence is obviously, to a large extent, dependent upon Mr. Wright's evidence. Can we look, please, at his heritage statement of Part 3, which is CD 199, beginning at page 132. Now, you'll recall, Mr. Maskell, that I took Mr. Wright to these colour-coded tables in his evidence, and he helpfully explained that one had to be careful about forming an overall impression because any adverse effect on the attributes of OUV might in themselves be regarded as significant. Is that also your understanding of his position?
Yes, I think that's my broad understanding.
And In the text that begins on page 134, Mr. Wright is explaining what he takes from the difference in the colour-coded tables as between the two schemes, Scheme 1 and Scheme 2. Is that right?
So I'm just looking for the reference between the two schemes.
Well, if I can take you, please, to page 134, paragraph 824, and I'll just put a number of paragraphs to you, and I'll see what you take from those paragraphs. 8.24 says that given the extent to which the redesign of the scheme has occurred, following on directly from the refusal of CEC to grant consent to the original scheme in September 2015, the results represent a tangible shift in colour from red to green in the table, which is not unexpected. And then in the next two paragraphs, Mr. Wright quite fairly raises issues that he has about remaining impacts. If we look to the bottom of the page, 8.28, Mr. Wright says, as a consequence of the continuing redesign of the scheme submitted in September 2015, the impact of the new wings on the principal listed building in the wider setting of Carlton Hill has been mitigated significantly. And if you follow that through, please, to page 137, which is the final paragraph in the three parts of the heritage statement, the final conclusion at paragraph 9.6, under the heading Balance of Enhancement Against Harm to the OUV, is that the shift in the assessments indicating that the development will be beneficial to the OUV of the World Heritage Site and that it will enhance it, as opposed to having an adverse impact on causing its harm, is a very marked one. It reflects the intensive programme of review and refinement of the design which has been ongoing since the application for the original scheme was refused in December 2015. Now, would you accept, Mr. Maskell, that it's very apparent from the heritage impact assessment which you reviewed for the purpose of preparing your evidence, that Mr. Andrew Wright's explanation and conclusion is that the shift is significant. It's not simply a slightly less harmful proposal. There's quite a significant shift, as he puts it.
Yes, he did. And I would like to put the comment I made earlier. I was talking about, in terms of the setting of the listed building as special interest to the listed building, I was talking about harms in that context. This is obviously the wider consideration of the spatial aspect of the World Heritage Site and OUV, where obviously he discerns even greater benefit with the second scheme.
And that's a view that you share then, Mr. Maskell, that the second scheme would be significantly less harmful in that broader context?
Yes, I think that's the case, yes.
And insofar as impacts on setting might be relevant to that assessment, do we agree that the reporters should regard the impacts on setting as permanent and irreversible, as we discussed a moment ago?
Impacts on setting through the proposals will, yes, in ES terms, which you use, yes. And I've already explained why I have made the assessment about the nature of works in setting against those of the lack of reversibility of fabric loss.
All right. So now, obviously, the Hampton building is a building of international importance. The proposals and indeed the whole thrust of Mr. Wright's exercise is to establish to what extent there is harm to the attributes of the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site, also of international importance. Is that right?
Sorry, that's still not picking it up. If you could try again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry.
And so we're dealing with internationally important cultural heritage assets. Your client's position is that both Scheme 1 and Scheme 2 are economically viable. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
And if it's the position that Scheme 1 is significantly more harmful than Scheme 2, as you've just confirmed in the inquiry, in that context, i.e. both schemes are viable, and we're dealing with international heritage assets, that must mean, Mr. Maskell, that Scheme 1 becomes unacceptable, doesn't it?
No, because you then have to take it into the wider consideration of the planning balance on what you would need to assess what benefits accrue from Scheme 1 that may in wider planning terms offset any greater harms there. That would be a valid consideration.
Now, that's the sort of argument that one might be able to understand if there was no other economically viable option. Leave aside, for example, the music school proposal. Leave aside, for example, the fact that Scheme 2 exists. In those circumstances, you could see that that argument might be justifiable. But what I'm pointing out to you, Mr Maskell, is that's not the situation here. What we have here is a position where your clients are telling the inquiry that both of those schemes are economically viable. And in that context, given that Scheme 2 is, according to your clients, economically viable, there is nothing to support Scheme 1, which would have a significantly more harmful effect on assets of international importance.
Well, no, there would be in the wider planning balance if greater benefits accrue. If the reporters and the ministers decide that economic benefits are the critical consideration on what will be delivered in those economic terms, then they may place more weight on the achievement of those economic goals.
Now that's
entirely reasonable. That is a planning decision.
But your evidence to the inquiry is not intended, as I understood at least, to be in the nature of planning evidence in relation to the overall balance. Your evidence, as I understand it, comes from the perspective of someone with considerable experience in the cultural heritage field.
Yes, but you just asked me a question which relates to the wider planning balance, so I'm at liberty to answer it in that way. That is the world, the context within which we're working. Yes, I'm dealing with heritage considerations.
So if we focus in on cultural heritage considerations then, and leaving aside wider balancing aspects, would you agree with the general proposition I'm putting to you, which is there's nothing to recommend Scheme 1 in those circumstances? Yes,
there is, because you cannot divorce what it delivers from its impacts. And if that quantum of delivery of benefits is favoured, then that scheme clearly has significant merit.
And that
is a really important consideration.
And that relates to the overall balance, which includes the economic considerations.
Yes.
So in short, your position, Mr Maskell, must be that your client's economic considerations could justify a significantly more harmful proposal.
No, I'm not putting it in that way, am I? Yes, I know you are, but I'm not. No, I'm saying there are two schemes which tackle the site slightly differently, in effect an evolution, but they deliver different things in terms of quantum and benefits. Therefore, there is a difference between them. I'm not saying that either scheme is is unacceptable in heritage terms. There are heritage harms to be considered, which in due course have to be played against the benefits.
And one of the considerations that will need to be taken into account is the fact that in your view, and also Mr Wright's view, whilst both of those schemes are acceptable in your view, one is significantly less harmful than the other. That's something that reporters ought to take into account.
No, I've not said significantly, I said less.
No, I
think you said significantly because you've referred to the wording on OUV.
Yes, well, I took you through Mr Wright's reasoning and put it to you that that's what can be taken from his conclusions, and you agreed with that, Mr Maskell?
Well, yes, because he's identifying more benefits with the second scheme, which is obviously part of that internal heritage balance.
The only other thing I want to touch upon, Mr Maskell, is at page 38 of your inquiry report. Now, here you're embarking on some sort of detective exercise to see what you take from the correspondence before the inquiry and other aspects. But can we just agree, first of all, that you weren't personally present at any of the meetings that took place that involved Mr Robb and others from Historic Scotland from the period from 2014 right up to 2016?
No, I wasn't.
And insofar as you point to the need for a dialogue as something that flows from CD 508, the advice on new design and historic settings, it's correct to acknowledge that there was a dialogue involving key stakeholders, including Mr Robb and others from Historic Scotland.
There was certainly a dialogue, yes. There were meetings, and one assumes dialogue at those meetings, well, I understand, not always easily.
Agreed. Now, and insofar as you point to the relevance of new design in historic settings, one of the key aspects in design terms that's identified in that document is that relating to scale, height and massing. Is that right?
Yes, that's one of the things it refers to, yes.
And Mr. Robb identified issues in relation to that aspect of design at a fairly early stage, as did others, and there continued to be a dialogue in relation to whether or not revisions in the design of the scheme successfully overcame those concerns. Is that right?
I think, yes, observations were made in those terms, but obviously not in the more rounded context that I detect within the guidance within new design. The reason new design came to my attention was that in circumstances where significant new design, new buildings are proposed in a historic setting, context, normally, and this is true of all jurisdictions, it's certainly true in Wales and certainly true in England, I look for the guidance that seeks to articulate how new design should be considered in such contexts. Now, in England, it's the Cave design guidance, which is promoted with Historic England. The new design document I found, and to me, is the similar sort of document I'd expect to find, and sets out to me really important principles of how new design in historic settings should be considered. That's why I have relied upon that document in this section of my inquiry report.
I understand that, Mr. Maskell. I'm trying to take from a fairly basic point is that Mr. Robb, as he makes very clear in his rebuttal recognition, had regard to the new design of the proposals, but formed the view ultimately, different from the view your clients took, but formed the view that ultimately that the design was not successful in overcoming the scale, massing and height issues, which had always been an issue with the proposals. And that's a matter for him to form a view on, isn't it?
It's clearly a matter for him to form a view on, but I detected a reticence at considering things in the way that new design advocates.
And is that by contrast to other examples which you touch upon at page 2 of your recognition, where there are other schemes, for example, the India buildings and Buchan House, where Historic Scotland have provided advice in relation to alterations to historic buildings which involve contemporary design?
Yes, I think those other cases, I mean, this is quite a unique case. I'll be quite honest in saying that, where clearly you have a category asset. There's been category assets in other sites, but more within a very true, what I call high street, townscape, urban context. Here we have something that's quite different, and we are looking at significant new design of new elements. So I think there is a slightly different way that things need to be looked at, and that's why new design bites so well. I don't in any way seek to suggest that Mr. Robb, or indeed anyone else at Historic Environment Scotland, doesn't take account of that document, but I've not seen great reference to it in the comments provided in respect to these appeal schemes.
Thank you, Mr. Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Mackay. It's almost 12:40. Do you have much in the way of cross-examination for this witness, Ms. Coburn?
Thank you, sir. I have no questions for Mr. Maskell.
In that case, I'll ask Mr. McIntosh the same question.
I do have questions, and I imagine it would take more than 10 minutes, 10 or 15 minutes. I would probably be a little bit over half an hour, 40 minutes. Do you want me to start? I'm more than happy to.
Yeah, I think we should start and see where we are around one issue.
Certainly. Mr. Maskell, I wanted to start off by staying at a relatively high level and asking you that you appreciate that one of the members of the coalition I represent is the Edinburgh World Heritage Yes, well, I'll start again. Can you hear me, Mr. Maskell? Thank you.
I can.
Do you appreciate that one of the members of the coalition that I'm acting for is the Edinburgh World Heritage Trust, known as Edinburgh World Heritage?
I understand that to be the case.
And do you know how Edinburgh World Heritage was originally established?
In broad terms, yes.
And so, what is the purpose of Edinburgh World Heritage as you understand it?
I think it is the prime purpose is probably to articulate and to ensure that outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site is affected. And that can be through education, through commenting on proposals and so on.
And so are you aware that Edinburgh World Heritage works quite closely in partnership with not only the Council and HES, but also developers who wish to develop within the World Heritage Site?
I would imagine that would be the case. I've got no direct experience.
So you listed in your inquiry report at paragraph 1.6 a series of projects that you have explained that you have some involvement in. Is that correct?
Yes, they're projects I have oversight of. They're actually delivered here by a director that runs a team within Scotland, within Edinburgh.
And so when I'm instructed by Mr. Wilkinson of Edinburgh World Heritage that he's not seen you at any of the meetings or workshops in any of these projects, would that come as a surprise to you?
Not at all, for the reason I've just given you.
So if we move on to this particular project, you've obviously read some, if not all, of the documents that are lodged, and you're aware that Edinburgh World Heritage's first involvement with the appellants was in sometime in 2010.
That's my understanding of reading the documents.
And so you will recollect, I think you were here at the time, that I showed Mr. Wright a document EW18. And I wonder if that could be dug out, or EW19, it doesn't really matter which one, whichever comes to hand first. Now, I think you will recollect, because I know it was raised in re-examination by Mr. Steele, and you were sitting next to him at the time, that this is a document that's dated September 2009.
Yes, it is.
And it's from the, or we understand it's from the procurement exercise that was carried out by the Council in its economic development function in September 2009. And I'm told we were past that by the now late Charles McKean before he died some time later. Now, I wanted just to ask you to turn to page 22 of that document. My computer has suddenly gone very slow, so if you just bear with me for a moment, take a moment to look at that, if I'm on the right page.
Are you on EW18 or EW19?
Which one do you have, Mr. Maskell?
I have 18.
18, please. Thank you, Mr. On. Sorry, perhaps I shouldn't have been so relaxed. That was perhaps a mistake. If we turn to EW18 and we turn towards the very end, you'll see at page 27 is perhaps the place to start. Now, this is a table that bears to be described as income projections, and I'm not interested in the income projections. I'm merely interested in the assumptions. And you see that in all columns, the number of rooms is listed as 156.
Yes, I see that.
And as far as you know, there have been discussions between EWH and the appellants over a number of years from 2010 onwards, at which advice has been given by EWH to the appellants. Is that correct?
That's my broad understanding. I'm really not the best witness to answer questions about exactly what's happened when, because that is either prior to my involvement or since my initial involvement.
But I want to just check one thing with you. As far as you're aware, there are no documents lodged with the inquiry for proposals to build anything smaller in bedroom terms than an approximately 150-bedroom hotel until Scheme 2 comes along. Is that correct?
I honestly can't answer that because there are many core documents that I have not been able to review.
Okay, well, what I'm proposing to do is we proceed on the basis that I have to justify that from some other witness later on, because I have a question or two that arises from that. Before I do that, I'd like to ask you about Mr. Wright's assessment. So you've effectively reviewed his assessment as you explained to Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Yes. And where we read in your report or your precognition, or we hear you talking about the history of this site and what conclusions we can draw from that, are we to take it that's come from Mr. Wright's research?
Where I've commented on history of negotiations or meetings, I've relied upon the information set out by Mr. Wright, because I have no direct knowledge myself.
And so what is the origin of your evidence this morning about the intention of of Hamilton involving a certain levelling off of Carlton Hill Drive? Where's that come from?
Well, that's understanding of the site and looking at site photographs. I actually came to my attention when looking forensically at the weekend through the drawings for the trust scheme and trying to understand where they sat in relation to the rear retaining wall. And if you do that, you can easily see that there are two pilasters in the rear retaining wall which actually bookend the level part of Carlton Hill Drive. In other words, the level part directly behind the north facade. That is discernible, and that does reflect something that's not easily perceptible on site. It was certainly a long while ago that I walked up Carlton Hill Drive, but it's true that you do walk up steeply, then you level off and then go more steeply again. So that's where that's come from.
Now, that may well be the case, and I know that both the reporters have walked up there, and I'm sure they'll walk up there again, so they can make their own views on that. But you tell us that's something to do with Hamilton's intention, and that's based on your visit this weekend and what you just described.
No. In knowing and having read, but then knowing the way that Hamilton went about this site and understanding the importance of the retaining wall and the Belvedere as part of his intentions for the site and what they do and what they allow for in the way the principal building is set and arranged, it is absolutely no surprise that that also includes the way in which Carlton Hill Drive is configured to allow a level platform for viewing the north elevation of his building and the view beyond. That is where he was quite masterful in dealing with this site.
I don't want to get into a historical analysis because you've just told me that your understanding of the history arises from Mr. Wright. But correct me if I'm wrong, please. This observation of yours is derived from your own experience on a site visit, combined with your reading of the building, and doesn't derive from perhaps a written source or an interpretation of a watercolour or anything like that.
No, I'm not basing it upon anything like that. There may well be references, but I certainly can't recall them.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to turn to something else you said in answer to a question by Mr. Thompson. Now, it may be that you misspoke, and I would quite understand if you took the opportunity to correct. My note is that you said that a listed building in this context is the highest protection that can be provided. And higher than the World Heritage Site. And did I get that right, or have I misunderstood what you said?
I apologise if it came out in those terms. That's certainly not my intention. The point I was trying to make is that the listed building has a statutory duty, the conservation area has a statutory duty. World Heritage Sites aren't actually informed by a statutory duty. However, they are clearly important in the hierarchy of considerations as heritage assets, and they are at the very high end. That was simply the point I was making.
Could you be given CD 514, please? Are you familiar with this document?
I am.
Right. Perhaps you could turn to Article 1 of the World Heritage Convention. Now, I don't need to, I can go to it if necessary, but do you accept that one of the reasons that Edinburgh was, the new and old town of Edinburgh was listed as a group of buildings within the convention, that's the specific category it falls under? Do you understand that? Or I can take you to the listing document if you wish.
The inscription document. Yes, no, I understand that.
Right,
yeah.
so the third paragraph reads, a group of buildings, a group of separate or connected buildings which, because of their architecture, their homogeneity, or their place in the landscape, are of outstanding universal value from the point of view of history, art, or science. So, and given the meaning of universal value, do you appreciate that the World Heritage designation is about some global status for a location?
Yes, the very word world would indicate that. That's not in any way what I'm not going against that as a concept at all. I'm merely pointing out that the listed building and the conservation area are subject to specific domestic statutory duties and legislation. That was simply the point I was making.
Thank you. Now, I want to now turn to another document. You were telling us of, if I remember correctly, of the really important principles that you found in the new design document, which is, of course, CD 508, if you could have that in front of you. Now, again, I don't want to misunderstand you, and by all means correct me, but I got the impression that it's only recently that you've come across the new design document, in historic settings document. If that's unfair, then please tell me I'm wrong.
Not just. I think some time ago, probably in conversation with Mr. Wright, we were discussing the way in which I was used to guidance which tackled new design. And I think he drew my attention to this document, and also my colleague that runs the office in Scotland was also aware of the document. And I think actually I became interested because there was some debate about where it sat in the suite of guidance. And certainly my colleague thought at first that it was actually part of the Managing Change series, and I respect that's not the case. So that's how it came to my attention. So I was looking to see where that sort of guidance would be.
Please could you turn to section 4.6, which is the page. My pages aren't numbered, but it's at the top of the page, it's page 16, the number at the top. It's just me who doesn't number pages. 4.6 comprises as an introductory text, and then at the bottom there appears to be some form of table. And am I right to understand that this document is telling the reader that it's necessary to assess the character of an area, analyse and evaluate before reaching a conclusion about the development brief? Would that be a fair reading of that table?
Sorry, could you explain the last bit of that?
Yeah, so effectively I read this table as encouraging people who are building new design in historic settings to start off with a character appraisal, analyse and come to some conclusions about the site and setting, think about significance, evaluate that, and understand the historic setting, and then move on to developing a design response. And that would include the development brief. Is that something that you would also take from that table?
It's something I take, but I think it's quite clear that is an iterative, cyclic process. In a good design team which is engaging with stakeholders, then that will be a continual process.
And indeed, this might be one of the reasons I suspect you would say that you would see this as a conservation-led project.
No, the reason I see it as a conservation-led project is it does the very best it can for the Hamilton building in terms of preserving fabric and conserving that in a manner for the future. That is conservation-led to my mind, whilst obviously there is change which is needed to allow for that and the future viability of the building at risk.
And the work that's been done by Mr. Wright from 2014, I think from May, if I remember correctly, is the core of any character appraisal of analysis or evaluation that's been done by the appellants. Is that correct?
I struggle to answer that simply because I'm not sure what there was before. But it strikes me there was some understanding as articulated by the architects, and certainly Gareth Hoskins clearly had understanding of the site and significance. But I do respect that Andrew Wright and his appointment would have brought further vigour and depth to that process.
But you can't contradict me if I say that it's always been a 150-bed hotel on this site. That's been the quantum development since the start.
I simply don't know.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maskell. That's all the questions I have for you.
Thanks for that, Mr. McIntosh. Mr. Innes, I'm assuming you have questions for this witness.
I have a few, and it will take us beyond lunch, so
Okay.
appropriate break. Thank you.
In that case, let's break for lunch now and start again at 2 o'clock. Before Mr. Innes starts, just a couple of things. We're advised that the inquiry is being webcast live now. We've had some feedback that it's breaking up, but going out from here, it's going out in good condition, and it's able to be viewed in our office, and it's apparently quite a good quality with an improved picture. So that's good news. Regarding the noise, that is apparently out with the football club's control. It seems to be a council or a council contractor. They have spoken. I wasn't pointing the finger. They say that this particular type of noise will be only for today, but they have been spoken to and are being spoken to again at 2 o'clock, just to remind them if they need to keep it down. We've spoken to the venue about the access doors. There's no issue with that. And regarding our finish on Wednesday, we need to be out of here by 5, but we don't need to clear this room, although those parties that have rooms elsewhere in the stadium do need to have those cleared. I think that's all I have. Mr. Steele.
What, on Wednesday then, sir, what time does that mean you would intend to finish?
Well, I would intend to finish at 5. Presumably the other rooms could be cleared at lunchtime or by others during the afternoon. It would seem a shame to lose inquiry time for that reason only.
Right, thank you.
Good afternoon. Mr. Maskell, could I ask you to have before you your inquiry report, please?
Yes, I have that.
No. Paragraph 1.6, you set out a few projects that Turleys are involved with in Edinburgh. I just want to go through a few of those and just get your understanding of where they sit, because it might be helpful to understand at what stage of the process they're at. In terms of the first scheme, which is an international music and performance arts charitable trust application for a new music centre at behind 36 St Andrews Square, what stage of the process is that at?
My understanding is that applications were submitted and I think validated a week ago, so yet to be determined.
And in terms of a proposal, that's for a musical performance centre incorporating a 1,000-seat venue and a 200-seat venue and ancillary facilities, etc. Yes?
That's correct.
Yeah. And as part of that application, you will appreciate it's not just the performance space that's required, but also, critically, the circulation space around that to make the performance space function. Is that correct?
Yes, I'd imagine that's the case, yes.
And that particular project, a particularly important one, in that it forms part of the region's city deal. Is that correct?
That's my broad understanding.
Yeah. And that means it's that the Impact project is financially backed by the Scottish Government, the UK Government and City of Edinburgh Council.
Yes.
Yes. And the only non-public sector body that is also a key funding partner is the Dunard Fund. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. the next on the list is 37 to 39 St Andrews Square, which is a development essentially on behalf of the owners of Gleneagles. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And has that got permission yet?
I think it has, yes.
Yeah. And that's essentially a conversion of a Grade A listed building to eventually provide a luxury club with rooms and some accommodation. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yes. Thank you. The sick children's, is that an application at this stage, or has that been determined yet?
I think that's yet to be determined.
Yeah. Less relevant to this because it doesn't perhaps engage similar development proposals. But in terms of the India buildings, that does. That's been converted into a hotel, and that's a redevelopment of a Grade A listed building. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And does that have planning and listed building consent?
Yes, November 2016, I think.
Yeah. And I think, as we'll hear later, that's to be is being developed into a Virgin hotel, the first in the UK. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Yeah. And in terms of the last one on the list, we've got Buchan House on the south side of St Andrews Square. Is that at application stage yet, or is it still development proposals?
I think that's application stage.
Yeah. And the intention around that is, again, I think as publicly known, is to turn it into a boutique hotel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So it seemed to suggest that on this reading that the hotel industry is targeting Grade A listed buildings, as you say, for redevelopment and turning into a hotel. Is that correct?
Yes, I think it shows that Grade A listed buildings often lend themselves to hotel use.
I want to ask you to now have a look at and have in your mind the reference in your heritage, in your statement about design. I want to have a look at document CD 272, please. Now, I think you were here, yes. Yes, I think you were here on Friday, so you probably heard the discussion about this.
Yes, I did.
Yeah. And insofar as Scheme 1 was concerned, effectively the run-through from the new build hotel wing on the west entered the western facade of the Hamilton building. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in terms of this scheme, an alternative approach has been adopted both to this wing, and it's also replicated on the east wing as well, isn't it?
That's correct.
Now, insofar as that that is proposed, but one of the consequences of that is that if somebody were, say, walking from Regent Road along the northern part of the site, as that elderly gentleman appears to have done in this particular picture, that effectively their appreciation of the Hamilton building, as they've come along, will be greatly altered by this particular intervention, won't it?
It will change. I wouldn't agree it's greatly altered. There will be a perceptible change.
Mm-hmm. So you take that as a perceptible change rather than an obscuring of the western facade and making it harder to understand and read the legibility of Hamilton's design in terms of these buildings?
Yes, I would, not least if one is walking up or down Carlton Hill Drive, one can still read the articulation of that rear facade of Hamilton's building with the temple, central temple and the wings and the linking blocks, because the link extensions are obviously at a lower level and glazed.
But insofar as the reason why this structure is of such high magnitude in terms of height is that the entry into the northern elevation of the Hamilton building had to match the existing elevational opportunity to make entry into the building, didn't it? That's the reason why it's so high, or otherwise it would have looked absolutely ridiculous to cut it off halfway up the fake, wouldn't it?
Sorry, I don't quite follow.
Well, the reason why this structure, as we look at it, the link building is so high, is that when we actually get round the corner into the north facade, there is an existing structure into which, effectively, this is knocking through into.
Yes, it is. Yes, it's seeking to go through a blind opening. Yeah.
Now, what we have here is what I would call a classic architect's perception, i.e., we're not actually at the level of the old, I have to say, looks like a hunched solicitor of yesteryear, walking towards his gin and tonic at the new hotel. Do we see him?
I see him.
Yes. Shall we say the structure looks quite large if you were down there, doesn't it?
It's definitely a structure of scale, but as I say, it is of glazing, and I think that's to be taken into account.
And equally, one of the aspects to it is that it doesn't even respect the rear building line of the north elevation of the Hamilton building, does it?
Well, I think respect, it does in some respects, because with the Scheme 2 and the revisions, the desire is to puncture the building in a far more or less sensitive place. So hence the link comes across onto that north elevation to do that. Yes, a consequence of that is, of course, it draws the glazed link further across that elevation. I accept that.
And I suppose if we were looking at the detail of that, we could look at document CD 270, I think would be the and do we see there that effectively in these series of drawings, but more particularly in a drawing on the top right, that effectively what is being created in this northern elevation is a new building line created effectively by the hotel and also the link building. So, and that in itself, it's not just the link building that's creating the vision here, it's the hotel as well, taking the building line to the rear of the Hamilton building.
Do you mean the wing?
Yes.
The fact we can see the western wing, yes.
So it's not just the link building, and if we were looking the other way, it's essentially creating a built structure that doesn't respect the rear building line of the Hamilton building.
Well, I think the whole design concept, which you'll hear more about from others, is of a more fluid shape and form, which reflects the kidney shape of the site and also seeks to not replicate the orthogonal form of the Hamilton building. So, yes, there is a difference in that, but I do not see that as an uncomfortable relationship.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and if we're looking at this issue, presumably the consequence of doing this is there was a perception that the west elevation was more sensitive than the north. Well, why am I cutting into the north side rather than the west side?
I think that's, what you've got to factor into that is where those penetrations need to be made into the fabric of the building, and whether it is of less impact to do it on the north elevation compared to the west. I think that's the first consideration, but I don't think we are saying anyway, certainly in the assessment and understanding I've seen, that the north elevation is of less importance. That is not the case.
So it's equally important that all facades are equal in the animal farm of the Royal High School. Yes?
I'm not quite sure with the animal farm context. I think clearly there is a principal elevation. I think that's probably common ground between all parties. I think then the northern elevation is particularly important, not least because there is so much public access and viewing possible of it.
Okay. And insofar as I would just to take this in two stages. First of all, the south facade. When we're talking about the Royal High School and the Hamilton design and the Royal High School building, do we include the pavilions in that assessment or not? The front pavilions?
Yes, they are all part of that composition on the south.
So when we're talking about Royal High School and Royal High School buildings, the pavilions would be equally important?
They are part of that. You can't really separate them out from it, no.
Good. And insofar as the public viewing of the Hamilton building is concerned, that effectively along the whole south side of the building and to the west, we have a public street. So presumably all these are viewing points, and to the north. So there are views of the Hamilton building essentially all round. Those of a private nature are probably more to the east.
Yes, I think there's a range of viewing points, and obviously some are better than others, and some obviously have greater resonance with what we understand Hamilton's intentions were, of how the building is perceived. And
insofar as I don't want to go into wider setting issues or visual issues with you, particularly unless we have to, have you undertaken a full assessment of setting of the Hamilton building from all the viewpoints? I have read Mr. Wright's work. I have looked at each of his visualisations, comments on visualisations. I visited a large number of those viewpoints, and I have walked around the site. So, yes, I have an understanding of the listed building setting. Have you done an assessment?
No, I've not done an assessment.
And therefore, if I have those issues, I'll be better directing them to those witnesses who have actually done the assessment. Would they be better placed than you?
Well, yes, because you would hear it from the horse's mouth as such.
Yeah. But as you were on the path, I thought I couldn't resist asking you one question about the path. Did you possibly go beyond your viewing point flat towards the rear of the rear portico of the Hamilton building and slightly extend up the hill towards the summit? Did you go up there?
I have done, yes.
And there's a stage when you come off and are coming down the hill, but are looking almost as you turn the corner and you're looking straight south, that over the current gymnasium buildings, one gets a view of the wider setting of the Hamilton building.
I wonder if my friend just clarify that question. I may have misheard it.
Yes, we're at the top of the path on the section of path. I think that the witness has already been on because we've been discussing it. I think Mr. Maskell got about halfway up the hill, and I just want him up towards nearer the top, but not quite at the top of this section of the path before it turns towards the summit.
Yes, I'm aware of what you're talking about. I'm just trying to visualise that. That's why I paused. Yes, there is definitely a view, and you're looking over the gymnasium building, and there is scrub planting from memory as well in between. Yeah.
And insofar as your proposals for the east elevation would produce a building some 2 metres higher than the gymnasium, have you considered the impact on that, on the impact of the setting of the building?
Yes.
Yeah. What do you think it would look like?
Right, I think it sits in very much the same way
Not
as...
the building, what would the view look like? I'm not asking about the building. What would the view be?
If I could finish,
yeah, you certainly can.
In the view, you would see that extension, that wing, sitting as a fluid form, quite distinct, but resonating with symmetry and the shape of the site. It would be clearly new and different, but you would perceive it as such against Hamilton's building, which would remain very powerful. But what you also perceive is the gap behind that wing and the retaining wall, which you would be at the top of as you're turning the corner to come down Carlton Hill Drive.
Okay. We may have to go back and have a look at the extent to which you might see down into the site, but I would suggest to you that the new build will significantly intrude into what is currently quite an open view over and beyond the site to the wider context with which the site sits.
Well, intrude is a pejorative term, and I do not agree with that. You will see it. Yes, I do not disagree with you, but I think that will be a positive thing.
Just want to do some thoughts, because you've sort of said, and I think the inference from your examination is that effectively more fabric of the Hamilton building in its wider sense will be lost by the Royal High School Preservation Trust proposals than those effectively of either of your two proposals. And I'm just, in this context, Mr. Maskell, is that you've come 500 miles. Let's see and find out what's going to be no more in relation to these respective schemes, shall we?
So I've got no idea what you're talking about.
Okay. We're going to discuss loss of fabric.
Okay.
Now, no doubt in your forensic examination of my client's proposals, you would have found that approximately 10 square metres of external visible ashlar will be removed by the Royal High School Preservation Trust proposals. Does that, to you, feel about right?
Is that for the front public opening to the foyer? Well, I query because my understanding is that's an 11-metre wide opening, so clearly it's going to be more than 10 cubic metres.
Well, that's the point, Mr. Maskell. We'll come to it. Do you know what's behind the opening that my clients are proposing there?
Presently,
do you think it's entirely visible? I mean, let's not get into debates about what's visible from the street, but is the whole of the opening currently visible on the south facade, or is there something built in front of it? And if you don't know, you don't need to answer the question. But
no, I'm trying to understand your question.
Okay.
So you're asking me whether you can see anything in front of the current wall below the portico?
Yes. Is there stairs?
Yes, there are stairs and structures
so
and the pylons.
Quite a significant proportion of the cut required for the incision below the portico is currently behind those stairs, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
But it's still historic fabric.
Well,
I mean,
yeah. No, but in terms of visible ashlar is what we're going to do the comparison on. Do you think 10 square metres is a fair representation of visible ashlar for the Royal High School Preservation Trust proposals?
I honestly couldn't say, because, as I say, my reading in the design and access statement is it's an 11-metre wide opening. Okay. So one imagine that is 11 metres across. How deep, I cannot visualise. Okay. I really can't guess at that.
Okay.
If a more precise answer is important, you should maybe take the witness to a plan or drawing.
We can go through drawings, but I thought you'd done a forensic analysis of these matters, and that's what we were told today that you'd done. I'm more than happy for somebody to correct this, probably an architect to do so, but I was clearly given the impression this morning that greater fabric was being taken. I just want to put to the witness broad figures. If those figures happen to be wildly wrong, no doubt the appellants can challenge those, because I can take it inch by inch, but I think I'll take them probably at broad scale at this point.
Can I help you? I think my understanding is that for an 11-metre wide opening to be made, fabric below the portico, and indeed any fabric in front of that, has to be removed, obviously down to a threshold level to allow that to provide public access. That's my understanding.
Yeah. But
I think that is what is shown on the drawings.
But insofar as it's currently visible, the vast bulk of the cut is behind a set of walls which aren't visible facade.
That may well be the case, but it's still original fabric.
Indeed. I'm only doing external ashlar. It's an ashlar league table that we're talking about in this context. In terms of Scheme 2, does the figure of around 27 to 28 square metres appear about right, in your view, given your knowledge of the schemes? Would that be about right?
The appeal Scheme 2?
Yeah.
No, I have not measured. I cannot answer that. I have not done those measurements. I will do if you want to take me to the drawings with the scale rule, but I have not undertaken that measurement.
And in relation to the Scheme 1, that it's upwards of 75 square metres of visible ashlar that would be removed as a consequence of the
I cannot
interventions.
comment. I have not undertaken that measurement.
Okay.
I wonder if it would help, the term visible, where is this visibility from? Because clearly, if you're standing outside the building, all of the ashlar will be visible.
Yes, indeed. And what I'm trying not to hide from is arguments about whether it would be visible from a road or anything. Is it visible from anywhere? So you can't answer those questions.
I can't give you the metric
No,
information you require, no.
But Dink, does it feel about right to you or not?
I can't comment.
You can't comment. So when
What
you
I can do,
you've done,
I will happily be taken drawings and measure if you want me to.
But you said today, and you drew comparisons before this inquiry about the volume of fabric lost, and you actually haven't done the exercise,
But
have
that's
you?
the point, the volume of fabric, not visible ashlar. And if we look at the demolition drawings for the trust scheme, you will see the very large extent and volume of material that has to be removed. That's what I was talking about,
Okay.
not just visible ashlar.
Well, I'm going to break it down into that. In terms of other above-surface structures that have to be removed in terms of the scheme, can we deal first of all with Scheme 1, please? We know that western boundary wall features are going to be removed in the context of Scheme 1. Is that accepted?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's a loss of original fabric, is that correct?
Yes, it's the loss of those original elements, yes,
Yeah.
on the boundary, yeah.
Yeah. Loss. Equally, in terms of both schemes, there's a cut into the rear retaining wall, which is also a loss of fabric, yes?
Sorry, just to be clear, this is for the access up to Carlton
Yes.
Hill. Yes, there needs to be an aperture slot made for those stairs, yes.
Yeah, that's loss of original fabric.
Yes.
Yeah. But perhaps more importantly, and probably you'll be aware of this, is that behind the pavilions there are quite ornate screen walls to the wings, aren't there?
Yes, there are.
Now, insofar as both schemes are concerned, that those are largely demolished and lost. Is that correct?
Yes, I thought part demolished and altered. I mean, it might be easy to look at a drawing to be absolutely sure.
Well, we'll take it up with your architect, so he could perhaps be briefed as to exactly what. But they're lost, aren't they? That's fabric that's altered and lost.
It's certainly altered, and I think there is some demolition there, yes.
Yeah, and that's original Hamilton design intended structures which relate to the way in which the site has been designed.
They are part of Hamilton's design,
Yeah.
yes.
And insofar as the comparison with the Royal High School Preservation Trust scheme is concerned, it partially interferes with the same structure behind the east pavilion, but not to the extent of either scheme 1 and 2 of the Peel proposals.
No, it does. I mean, it's a different scheme that does things in a different way, but unfortunately has other very negative aspects to it as a result.
And insofar as adding to external fabric, how many square metres of glazed material do you think is added by the Royal High School Preservation Trust scheme to the external elevations of the Royal High School?
I have not measured.
Does 5 metres sound about right?
I have not measured.
And what about in terms of Scheme 1? How many metres of external facade are covered in glass in respect of Scheme 1?
I've not measured, and you need to be more precise than that. What sort of, are you talking about?
Glazed
new
extensions.
Or, thank you. So, I mean, there is a difference. And I think it would need to be disaggregated right down if you're going to compare in that way, rather than a simple numerical analysis.
Well, if I've got it at 268 metres, does that sound about right?
I can't comment.
And does, in the context of Scheme 2, it extend to 288 metres?
I can't comment.
Well, can you comment of the likelihood, having looked at the plans, whether there is more glazed external fabric screened by glazed extensions between schemes 1 and 2?
There is more glazed extension with scheme 1 than
2.
2.
There's more in
but
2.
I couldn't give you... I mean, I would have to measure. If you're going to take it back to very basic metrics, I would need to measure to give you the answers you seek.
Now, in terms of evidence, you sat listening to Mr. Wright you've read all his written material, his inquiry statements.
Yes.
You've read his heritage statements.
Yes.
Which you've roundly endorsed. Would you agree that Mr. Wright has a greater understanding of the Royal High School and the heritage matters relating to it than you do?
Yes.
You heard his evidence both in cross-examination and re-examination. Do you agree with the answers that he's given to this inquiry?
There were very, very many answers. There is nothing that comes to mind that I can recall that I've particularly thought I should take issue with.
Okay. And on that basis, I have no further questions for you, Mr. Maskell. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Mr. Innes. Anything from you, Ms. Nimmo? No.
Mr. Maskell, just a couple of questions, if that's okay. I've lost my reference. You referred to setting not having a designation. That's right, isn't it? Sorry, I'll just find where that is.
Yes, I think the words were setting it in itself is not a heritage designation.
Yes.
I was referring in the context of a listed building and its setting. Obviously, that setting could be part of another designation, as is the case here. But the actual...
Presumably that being special interest. Setting's part of special interest?
Setting contributes. The importance of setting is what it contributes to special interests, because the setting of a listed building is the surroundings in which it is experienced, and it is important to understand what it then gives to the experience and appreciation of that special architectural historic interest. But it's not actually a heritage asset in its own right, but it could be part of another wider, bigger heritage asset.
Okay, yeah, that's fine, thank you. I've just looked at your 1.19, which in your recognition, which tells me that new buildings, new design in historic setting can be positive in their own right, reflecting the aim of conservation as the management rather than prevention of change, etc., as long as it's based on understandings. I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same line of thinking in terms of preservation rather than conservation being the test for alterations to the listed building. You don't disagree with what I've just said?
No.
Thank you. Just bear with me a moment. I'm taking myself to 6.27 of your inquiry report while I'm thinking. Yes, no, sorry, I remembered. This was about the entrance on the south elevation to Regent Road. You say never intended or designed to be the main entrance. Do you believe that it was intended or designed to be an entrance to the building?
I think from what I've read and understood, the foot gates at the bottom were certainly capable of use, but they were not a primary entrance by any means at all. And of course, the way that the school building was disposed, it was very much part of the rite of passage of schoolboy, schoolgirl, graduating and stepping out.
So more of an exit than
So an exit rather than an entrance.
But they look like an entrance. Is that fair?
They do, but they are quite small in relation to that overall elevation. But yes, there are small-scaled doors within those entrances, yes. Yeah.
And perfectly capable of being used as an entrance?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Right, thank you. Yes, that's all I need to ask you.
Mr. Steele.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Maskell, a few matters, please, and I'll just deal with Mr. Innes's questions first, simply because I have the plans and drawings and images in front of me. Could you look, please, firstly at CD 199, page 119. This is a question he asked you about views coming down the road or path. At page 119.
Yes, I have that.
Now, that shows the view coming down Carlton Hill Road.
It does.
And I think this is about the point he asked you about. Is it possible at that point to see in a generally southerly direction across the site?
Generally, I mean, you're more, I suppose, looking towards the west and southwest.
Yeah, but if you turn to look to your left or generally south, would it be possible to get a view? I think he put to you, get a view across some buildings or whatever.
No, I mean, you've got trees and scrub. Actually, from memory, significant number of trees.
And, sorry, if I take you slightly back up the hill, which I logically should have done first, apologies, go back to page 117, taking you slightly further up the hill. Would you be able to get a view if you turned to look to the left across the site?
You wouldn't. Again, you've got trees and scrub.
Can I take you, please, back to CD 272, which is this image, which is said to show an elderly lawyer in it?
Yes, I have that.
Now, you were asked many questions about that and what you could or could not see there. But could I ask you to look and compare that with the Trusts scheme, please? Could you look at the Murphy document CD 563?
Yes, I have that.
And if you look in section 6, and in a sense it almost doesn't matter which of several pages you choose, but how is that view in 272 going to compare and contrast with that which is intended for the trust scheme at or about that point? What will be the effect of one in comparison with the other?
Yes, I'm just trying to turn up a suitable image.
There are a few in the middle of section 6. If you just pick whichever one you prefer and tell us the position, please. Identifying which page, of course, you're looking at. Unfortunately, they're all unnumbered.
Sorry, it's not paginated. I've got a page. There's a page that says teaching level, and then which shows the plan of the extension along the north elevation of the building. If you turn the page, there are then two perspective drawings. One is titled View Along the New Driveway Approach Towards the School Past the Revealed West Gable. And if you look at that, it's not the same, it's a broadly looking the same direction. And obviously what you don't see is the view through. The gap is closed between the rear retaining wall and the north elevation of the Hamilton building.
If we're looking at the same page, below that, is there a view further along that access road? View towards the new school teaching block entrance past the north portico?
Well, again, that view is curtailed. There is no view through.
So if we were interested in seeing a view of the northern elevation of the building or the temple, which has the balance of advantage, that which is demonstrated in 272 or that which is demonstrated at several places in the Murphy document?
Well, clearly that demonstrated in 272 and other similar views illustrate that the temple, the central temple, is clearly and very overtly visible and free from development against it.
And could I just take you, please, to drawing our document number, which I've forgotten. 23, thank you. And this is in relation to the platform that you talked about going up Carlton Hill Drive. Does this in any way give us any assistance in relation to that point, Mr. Maskell? And if it does, what is the assistance?
Sorry, Mr. Steele, could you give me that document reference again, please?
APP 23. Sorry.
Thanks.
Now, this is a good old-fashioned drawing, Mr. Maskell, is that right? And it's the hand of the master himself, is that correct?
It is. I think actually there's an extract from this in Mr. Wright's heritage statement. But yes, it's one of the original drawings.
I think dated at the bottom, out of interest, in the bottom right corner. But be that as it may, what does this show us about the point that you were making earlier about the intentions for the, I think you called it a viewing platform?
What it does, it shows the retaining wall at the back of the site, Belvedere at the east end. Then if you follow your eye along, you'll see that there is a pilaster.
Is that going from west to east?
That's going from east.
You're entering at the bottom of the road, is that?
So I was going the other way. I was going from the Belvedere towards
right.
the west,
Yes.
if that makes sense. So you have the Belvedere, you have the rising road behind, but then you come to a pilaster where the road behind, and indeed the coping to the retaining wall, is level and flat. And you go along that and you come to another pilaster where Carlton Hill Drive starts to descend. So you have this level platform at the back of the building. Now those pilasters correspond with the Hamilton building. This was
At what points do they correspond with the Hamilton building?
From memory, I think they correspond with the two outer wings of the main element, so either end as such of his building.
And presumably this can be seen and verified or otherwise on any further site visit?
Yes, indeed, yes.
And my question to you is this a mere accident or is this part of the detailed design of the genius that was Hamilton?
No, this is absolutely design intent, and very clever design intent, to allow that long, level platform, in effect, to view the northern elevation of his building.
If the trust scheme is constructed, what will happen to the viewing ability from the long, level platform, carefully located between two pilasters, lined up with the main building? What will happen?
Well, the disposition of the proposed built form will interfere with that view. It will obscure the view of the northern elevation.
And can that be confirmed from a brief examination of the Murphy documents?
Yes, it can.
If we go back to section 6, the page headed teaching level.
Yes, on that page, which is a plan of the proposals, you will see Carlton Hill Drive to the top of the plan, and then you will see the retaining wall, and then adjoining that the accommodation, I think practice rooms, classrooms for the school, for the trust scheme, situated between the retaining wall and the northern elevation of the Hamilton building.
And we also see 2 octagonal new towers or turrets, or I think lanterns, or however they're described on the drawings. Is that right?
Yes, these are the taller elements in that long built range.
And how do they relate to the long flat viewing platform on Carlton Hill Drive?
Well, they would rise in front of you.
So what effect would there be on the viewing platform designed by Hamilton of the views of his northern elevation if this scheme goes ahead?
Well, it would be...
Sir, object to the premise of the question, because, as Mr Steele knows, those were not approved in terms of the scheme. So putting to the witness, those aren't approved within the drawings, so it's not a comparison that's valid. They were not approved.
Those were conditioned out from the scheme, Mr Steele.
Sir, condition 13, as I read it, did not approve the glass lanterns atop these octagonal structures. The structures themselves, as I understand it, were indeed approved, merely the lanterns on top of them.
Yes, but I'd understood the question was directed about the interference of the lanterns, not the structures. And I'm happy, very happy with Mr Steele if he makes that clarification clear, and we can all move on.
Let's follow the example of Edinburgh Council and delete the lanterns, Mr Maskell, and concentrate only on the octagonal towers.
Absent the lanterns, you would still very readily see the roofs of the pavilions as such above that range, which runs along the northern elevation. They would be in the foreground of your view of the building.
So, in any comparison that there is to be done from the views from the level, if not playing field, the level viewing platform designed by Hamilton, as between our scheme and the trust scheme, which do you think has the balance of advantage?
Well, I think both schemes 1 and 2 have significant advantage in that respect.
Could you also, just while you've got this page open and you were asked questions about ashlar, which I'll come to in a minute, and glass and glazing, could you look at the bottom 3 lines of the written text under the heading residential level? It's a page headed residential level, and there are 2.5 lines at the bottom. Could you just read that out and then explain what you understand by that, please?
On the east side of the residential buildings, we propose to remodel Hamilton's retaining wall from an inclined ashlar to horizontal ashlar, and similarly continue the strip of glazing on top of this in the same manner as that on the south retaining wall.
So does that mean that if there's...
Mr Steele, sorry to be confusing, but I'm not quite clear which page you're reading from. You couldn't perhaps give me some help? I'm not clear which page you're reading from. Could you perhaps tell me the heading of that page? Is it the teaching level page we're on?
It's the residential level.
Residential level.
Thank you.
And it's the bottom 2.5 lines of the text on the right-hand side.
Thank you.
Mr Maskell, in any assessment of glazing which you were asked to do earlier, would we have to have regard to the glazing mentioned here?
Well, clearly what is proposed, indeed consented there, is in effect a strip of glazing that will appear directly above the retaining wall around that element of the site.
And what do you understand that element of the site is? What retaining wall is it that is referred to here?
Well, that is the Hamilton South retaining wall, and directly behind it is, I believe, student accommodation.
And do I also understand that the intention is to remodel the existing ashlar to horizontal ashlar? Now, I don't know the answer to this, Mr. Maskell, but what does that mean to you?
To me, it's saying, yes, that from inclined ashlar to horizontal ashlar will obviously change the appearance of that masonry. And it does sound as that includes loss of masonry to change.
And well, let me ask as open a question as I can. To what length of retaining wall do you think that applies?
Well, it's that, if we look at the drawing on that page, that is that long sweep of retaining wall above where it says private garden.
Any idea how long that might be? Just even, is it 10 yards or 50 yards? Or if you don't know, just say so. We'll take it from
I don't know, but it's clearly of some length given how long it is on that part of the site. The site is broadly in thirds. That's a good third of the site, one imagines.
And what do you understand by the use of the word remodel?
Oh, well, that's alteration.
Does that say to you that they're going to alter the existing historic fabric of the ashlar and replace it with something different?
Yes, I mean, it's clearly indicated to change from inclined ashlar to horizontal, and that must be an alteration of fabric to achieve that.
And what do you make of the glazing? Is that replacing the ashlar, or is that on top of the existing retaining wall, or don't you know?
No, my understanding is it sits on top of the retaining wall in effect. I mean, obviously there would have to be a wall built behind, but it would be visible on top and above.
And if we turn forward in the document 1, 2, 3, 4 pages, do we see a graphic illustration of that?
Is this, yeah, I have the section through the site.
I think it's the next one, isn't it?
Oh, yes, sorry, the next one. Title, Perspective View Looking Over the Secure East Playground.
Does that seem to give us some further assistance in understanding the remodelling, to use their term, that is intended?
Yes, I mean, that shows the horizontal ashlar, and it shows the long line of glazing directly above that, providing the accommodation behind,
So
within the playground above that.
So is that a complete new facade along the retaining wall?
It is, yes.
Currently an A-listed structure?
Yeah.
With glass atop it and probably concrete or something similar above that for the...
Glass, I'd imagine some sort of dressed metal edging to the roof, yeah.
Are the details known of what that metal edging might be?
I think materials were conditioned in the listed building consent.
Thank you. Now, can I just go back, please? Can you assist me with the... I'm not going to ask you detailed questions about the loss of... further questions about the loss of fabric, but one issue, if you could assist me. The main new entrance in the southern elevation, it was put to you that there would be 10 square metres lost of the ashlar. And yet you said it was 11 metres wide. The
Visible ashlar, very important.
Right. Visible ashlar. Right. Is all of that ashlar visible to a greater or lesser extent depending on where you stand? And there's nothing invisible about any of the ashlar, is there?
No, I think all of that elevation below the portico is open and visible. There are structures. Hamilton's got this very complex sequence of steps and stairs and landings, but the very greater part of it is open. And if the opening is 11 metres wide, there is clearly at least 11 square metres of masonry which is removed, but considerably more.
That's assuming your doorway is only 1 metre tall.
Yes, exactly. It would be more like 2.63.
it might be more realistic to assume that the doorway, by the time that you take out extra material to allow for the steel beam, etc., is going to be, say, 3 metres.
Yes, and I mean also we have to bear in mind that behind that there is more fabric. There's actually quite a complex arrangement of foundations underneath the portico when you look at them in plan, and they are on the trust drawings, the approved drawings.
And if anyone wants to do that calculation, I dare say we could do it.
Yes.
But does anything that's been put to you change your opinion about the effects of opening up that entranceway and all the excavation that goes on immediately behind it that you told us about?
No, I continue to believe, not least given Hamilton's design intent for this building, which remains today a building which has a magnificent southern elevation but with no principal entrance. I respect there are pedestrian gates, but windowless apart from the end pavilions. A very powerful architectural statement, and it just seems at odds in my mind with that special interest to then wish to insert a significant 11 metres wide opening below the portico, and then the need to actually excavate out behind below the assembly hall and adjacent spaces into the bedrock below to accommodate the necessary foyer. That, to me, cumulative, is extremely harmful to the special interest of the listed building.
And just while we're on this topic, in relation to the pavilions on each side of the main building, which of course are part of the main building, are any insertions or alterations proposed by the Trust's scheme?
Yes, there are, and I can't recall exactly what they are.
We can look at those in detail later in that event. Right, could I take you back, please, to the start of your cross-examination, and could we go to the SPP, which is 159, paragraphs 141 and 142.
So the core document number?
Yes, it is, sorry, CD 459. This is the point about enabling development.
Yes, I have those.
Now, I think you indicated that you did not think that it would be enabling development for reasons that you explained that would apply, I think, to Greenbelt development or something like that.
Yes, in my understanding and indeed experience of enabling development, the appeal schemes are not that. They are not enabling development. They're not promoted as enabling development.
And that is on the basis that it is not something that's hostile to, contrary to policy. Is that
that's correct, yeah.
And is the opposite of that then, that we say that we are consistent with policy, is that, and therefore we don't need to invoke enabling development?
That's my understanding, yes. Otherwise we would have invoked enabling development.
I suppose, of course, if that argument is rejected, nevertheless it may be open to the reporters or ministers to place some reliance on this paragraph.
Yes.
If they disagree with you.
If they disagreed, yes.
And if that were the case, ignoring the words enabling development, would other considerations in this paragraph be relevant to consider?
Yes, they would. I mean, securing its long-term future. I mean, that's probably the heart of everything that is desired here to achieve the long-term future for this Category A listed building that's been at risk for some time and clearly needs a new use. And the development that's minimum necessary to achieve that long-term future through viability.
Thank you, Mr. Maskell. Now, you were asked a number of questions about your opinion and that of Mr. Wright in relation to a particular issue. If you could just bear with me, let me just find the reference. It's in relation to the issue of the HESPS test and less impact and special interest. Do you recollect that?
Yes, I do.
You asked a series of questions about that. Could you look, please, at Mr. Wright's inquiry report, page 52, and the second bottom paragraph, beginning with the words "taken collectively."
Yes,
Could you read out that paragraph, please?
He says, taken collectively, these adverse levels of intervention are of such magnitude that I maintain that it cannot possibly be said that the RHSPT scheme offers another option which would secure a continuing beneficial use for the building, but with less impact on its special interest.
Now, do you agree with that or disagree with that, Mr. Maskell?
No, I agree with that.
Is that precisely the point that you're making?
It is.
Now, on the question of conservation areas, can we just take this slowly, if we may, please? Firstly, are you aware of, despite the extensive paperwork of the Council making any request for further information at any stage of the process? Now, I realise you weren't the planning agent, and therefore you may not have a complete answer to this, but are you, from your own professional involvement in this, aware of any such requests from the Council?
No, I'm not.
Could we then please look at two firstly, document 198. Page 4. And I'm going to try and take this fairly briefly, Mr. Maskell. Do we see at paragraph 1.1.1, halfway through that paragraph, specific reference to listed building consent and conservation area consent?
Yes, we do.
Do we see at 1.1.3 that we are told there's a document navigation pane below the subjects which are the topics, the subject of this document are highlighted in the table. If you go down the document, the table, or pane, navigation pane as it's called, some 3 lines or 3 boxes up, do we see there specific reference to the conservation area issue?
Yes, we do, and the chapter reference given is the one that I gave in cross-examination.
And can we please then go to that reference in the environmental statement, CD 165. At page 12 of 28 and 12 of 29.
Yes, I have that.
Do we there see the heading of that being Summary of Designation Assessment?
Yes, we do.
If you skim briefly down the left-hand margin, does the third entry relate to the Newtown Conservation Area?
Yes, it does. A receptor given a high sensitivity.
If you then turn to the right-hand page, at entries 2, 3, 4, do we see in this order the Old Town Conservation Area, the Southside Conservation Area and the Craiglockhart Hill Conservation Area?
Yes, we do, and they're giving varying degrees of
all
sensitivity.
All of these are assessed in the way that we can see for ourselves set out there.
Yes, they are.
Could I ask you to go back, please, to page 12-3 within this document, under the heading Legislation and Planning Framework. And at 12.3.5, do we see specific reference to the conservation areas?
Yes, we do. The Old Town Conservation Area at the top of the list.
Turning the page to 12-4, do we see there the Development Plan Policy at 12.3.11 relating to conservation areas?
Yes, we do. Policy ENV6.
trying to take this as briefly as I can. Can I ask you to go to page 1215? The bottom right section, does that deal with the Old Town?
Yes, it does. There's several paragraphs that deal with assessment of the Old Town.
And if we go to 1216, do we see the New Town, beginning with the New Town Conservation Area appraisal, etc., etc.?
Yes, we do, and there's intervening paragraphs as well at 12.7 onwards.
And for completeness, 1219, does that deal further with the New Town Conservation Area?
Sorry, 12.
1219. So I'm going too quickly, it's my fault. 1219. Right-hand side, page 1219 at the bottom, paragraph 12752.
Yes, have that, yep.
Yeah, there's a whole section there on the Newtown Conservation Area. Can we then turn to, please, CD 176?
Yes,
and
I have
if
that.
you can go to 3 pages from the end, please. And do you have a page? Asset Group 33, dealing with the conservation area.
Yes, I do.
And that entire page deals with that, is that correct?
Yes, it's the Newtown Conservation Area, and it deals with setting, talking about visual envelope, landscape prominence, non-visual factors, sense of place.
Now, we'll hear about the precise terms of the relevant tests from the planning witness in due course, and I don't intend to trouble you with that, Mr. Maskell. But can it possibly, in your professional opinion, reasonably be said that we haven't looked at and considered the conservation area issues?
Well, no, it's quite clear from these parts of the ES that it has been considered. As I was saying under cross-examination, it is spread across different disciplines, which is not a bad thing. It's a good thing that it all comes together, and that clearly impact on character prints, the conservation area, has been considered.
Right. Finally, Mr. Maskell, you're asked a number of questions by my learned friend, Mr. McIntosh. Correction, it wasn't. It was Mr. Mackay. Apologies. As to whether you were saying the schemes were acceptable or unacceptable, and whether Scheme 1 cannot be supported. I think that was the general, these aren't the precise words, but that was the general thrust of that section of cross-examination. Can I just be clear, please, Mr. Maskell, what is it that you're saying in relation to the two schemes? Can you just explain
Yes,
from a heritage point of view, are you saying that one's acceptable, the other's acceptable, or both are unacceptable, or one is acceptable and the other one's unacceptable? What is it that you're saying?
Yeah, in short terms, I'm saying that both schemes are acceptable. But I am noting that there are, in my view, slightly less impact in the second scheme on heritage interests. But nevertheless, Scheme 1 is acceptable.
Because one scheme is slightly better than the other, to put it in my simplistic terms, is that any possible basis for suggesting that the other scheme is not acceptable?
Not at all, because as I tried to refer to, there's a range of other considerations that come into play.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maskell. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Steele and Mr. Maskell. I think that would be a good time to take our mid-afternoon break, and we're then going on to hear the evidence of Ms. Tweedy. Is that right?
That is correct, sir. Yes.
Okay, let's break then until 3:20. Tweedy, Mr. Steele.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Tweedy, good afternoon to you. Could I ask you, please, to read your precognition? Thank you.
My name is Hannah Tweedy. I am an archaeological consultant with CFA Archaeology Limited. I have a BA Honours degree in Archaeology and Anthropology from the University of Oxford and an MPhil degree in Biological Anthropology from the University of Cambridge. I am a member of the Chartered Institute for Archaeologists and have over 7 years full-time experience as an archaeological consultant. During this time, I have authored over 60 historic environmental impact assessment reports and numerous desk-based assessments for a range of developments, including wind farms, master plan developments, and major infrastructure projects. I was the author of the historic environment chapters of the environmental statements for Schemes 1 and 2. The evidence set out in my inquiry report is restricted to matters 1 and 3, as set out by the reporters for consideration during inquiry session 1. I first provide information on the contribution of the Hamilton Building to the New Town Gardens Inventory Garden and Design Landscape, or GDL, matter 1, and then consider the impacts upon the setting of the following heritage receptors from each of the 2 schemes.
Just take those as read, please. We'll go straight on to 1.4.
My approach to the assessment of effects on setting is set out in section 3 of my inquiry report and is not repeated in full here. My assessment follows the HES Managing Change in the Historic Environment Setting guidance and understands setting in accordance with the definitions provided in that guidance and in Scottish planning policy. The contribution of the Hamilton Building to the New Town Gardens GDL, matter 1. Section 4 of my inquiry report provides a description of the New Town Gardens GDL, noting that the designated area comprises a series of individual gardens and public open spaces which extend across the full extent of the New Town. The proposed development area occupies a small plot at the southeastern corner of the designated area. I also describe how the importance of the site is set out in the inventory entry according to 7 criteria which are used to determine whether a GDL is of national importance and should be included within the inventory. I note that the inventory entry includes descriptions of several principal gardens within the New Town Gardens GDL, including a description of Carlton Hill, which is described as a public open space which is visible from a wide range of locations. Its monuments give it characteristic form. The inventory also states that panoramic views are obtained from Carlton Hill and Regent Gardens to the Scott Monument and over the City of Edinburgh and the Firth of Forth. Finally, I provide a list of the views which are specifically mentioned in the inventory description. 2 of the views in this list, views from the North Bridge and from the Old Town looking northwards, and from Arthur's Seat looking northwest, include the Hamilton Building. However, I note that the Hamilton Building is not specifically mentioned in the inventory, and that the description of the Carlton Hill area of the New Town Gardens focuses its attention upon the summit area of the hill and the collection of monuments thereon. I note that there is no mention made in the inventory description of any association between these buildings and the Hamilton Building. Impacts on the setting of heritage receptors, Scheme 1, matter 3. Section 5 of my inquiry report considers the potential for Scheme 1 to impact upon the setting of heritage assets in the vicinity. The former Royal High School. The assessment set out in the ES considered that Scheme 1 would have a moderate/minor beneficial effect upon the setting of the Hamilton Building, as it would ensure that it would once more be possible to understand and appreciate the original layout of the former Royal High School, and further, that the materials to be used for the new wings would contrast with the Hamilton Building and would help to emphasise its symmetrical facade and prominence on the southern slope of Carlton Hill. I remain firmly of the opinion that this assessment is accurate. Throughout the arguments presented by Mr. Robb, it is asserted that minimal change has occurred to the surroundings of the Hamilton building. If I could just take this moment to note for the reporters that the reference HES 10, both in this report, in this recognition and my inquiry report, is incorrect and should be read as HES 2. I'll begin that paragraph again for clarity. Throughout the arguments presented by Mr. Robb, it is asserted that minimal change has occurred to the surroundings of the Hamilton building. This idea of an unaltered landscape is misleading and does not take account of the many changes that have occurred in the vicinity of the former Royal High School since its construction. More notable changes include the addition of buildings, including the Gate Lodge and the gymnasium, and the demolition of Carlton Jail and the Bridewell, and construction of St Andrew's House during the 1930s. Further changes are also evident in the wider townscape, including those parts of the Old Town to the immediate south, where there has been significant new development in recent years. In a similar manner, Mr. McMeekin states that the most important consideration in the determination of the application is the existing setting of the Hamilton building and how the building is appreciated, understood and experienced at present. This approach does not fully accord with HES's Managing Change in the Historic Environment Setting guidance, which states that when defining and analysing setting, it is necessary to consider when the historic asset or place was developed or in use, both originally and subsequently, and that changes in the surroundings since the historic asset or place was built should be considered, as should the contribution of the historic asset or place to the current landscape. By taking the current setting of the listed building as his starting point, and not considering changes which have occurred since the original design of the building, Mr. McMeekin avoids addressing the changes that have occurred subsequent to the original construction of the Hamilton building, and which have a negative impact on its setting and special interest. Through so doing, Mr. McMeekin nullifies any beneficial impacts which may result from the removal of additional harmful elements as part of the proposed development. Mr. McMeekin claims that the later additions to the site are as low-rise and as discreetly located as possible. While this may be the case, it does not follow that the additions do not have an adverse impact on the ability to understand and appreciate the Hamilton building and its special interest. Mr. Robb asserts on several occasions that the setting of the former Royal High School includes its open landscape backdrop, or historical open setting, a backdrop which he considers little changed apart from some additional gorse and woodland growth. A similar case is made by Mr. McMeekin. As I explain in my inquiry report, the original design of the Hamilton building in fact incorporated a retaining wall at its northern edge with a Belvedere Tower at its eastern end. The natural landscape of the summit of Carlton Hill would have been visible only beyond this substantial man-made retaining wall, which would have set the building apart from the backdrop. The proposed development would enable this retaining wall and Belvedere Tower to be appreciated again for the first time in over 100 years. The upper part of Carlton Hill would also remain visible, and the association between the Hamilton building and its backdrop would remain clear. Mr. Robb suggests that the proposed development would mean that the appreciation of the Hamilton building as a freestanding, standalone structure or monument will be greatly diminished by its complete incorporation and encapsulation within the new development, and that it would lead to the Hamilton building ceasing to be the focus of the site, its current primacy removed. Mr. McMeekin makes a similar point, suggesting that the Hamilton building would no longer be the prominent structure on the site. I believe that this argument overstates the impact of the proposed development. As discussed in paragraphs 5.26 to 5.32 of my inquiry report, I believe that the Hamilton building would be framed by the proposed wings, and that the architectural contrast and contrasting materials would draw attention to the design and architectural features of the Hamilton building, whilst also ensuring that it is possible to easily distinguish between the original and new elements of the scheme. It is also suggested that the proposed development would affect the relationships between the former Royal High School and the other buildings and monuments on Carlton Hill. As I explain in detail in paragraphs 5.16 to 5.25 of my inquiry report, although the proposed development would add new build elements on the southern slopes of Carlton Hill, I do not believe that they would hamper the ability to understand and appreciate the relative locations of the monuments in relation to one another and in relation to the topography of Carlton Hill. I do not believe that Scheme 1 would diminish the ability to understand and appreciate the setting of the Hamilton building. I believe that Scheme 1, in contrasting materials and architectural style, would help frame views of the Hamilton building, ensuring it remains the most prominent feature within the site. I am also convinced that the relationship between the Hamilton building and other buildings and monuments on Carlton Hill will remain readily understandable. The Newtown Gardens Inventory GDL. Again, I'll just note for the benefit of the reporters that, again, in this document and my inquiry report, the reference HES 11 should be read as HES 3. The proposed development occupies a small plot at the southeasternmost corner of the extensive area covered by the Newtown Gardens Inventory GDL designation. Scheme 1 would not be visible from the majority of the designated area, and I consider it would have a minor effect upon the setting of the Newtown Gardens GDL as a whole. I consider the arguments set out by Dr. Middleton in her topic paper in detail in paragraphs 7.6 to 7.14 of my inquiry report. I note therein that Dr. Middleton's assessment focuses on a limited number of the larger assemblage of viewpoints which were prepared for the visual assessment of the ES. These visualizations cannot be considered representative of the many and varied viewpoints within or around the GDL as a whole. Dr. Middleton does not consider the effect of the proposed development upon other key views specifically mentioned in the inventory entry, and her assessment provides only a partial and skewed assessment of the impact that the proposals would have on the overall integrity of the Newtown GDL designation as a whole. Dr. Middleton's topic paper sets out what she considers to be the three key features of the southern slopes of the Carlton Hill area of the Newtown Gardens GDL. I consider each of these features and find that the Scheme 1 would not remove the ability to understand and appreciate these features. I believe that Scheme 1 would have a minor neutral effect upon the setting of the Newtown Gardens GDL. Key views within the GDL, as mentioned in the inventory entry, would not be unacceptably affected, and it would remain entirely possible to understand and appreciate the manner in which picturesque design principles were applied to the Carlton Hill area of the Newtown, and how this contrasts with the more formal approach taken in other areas. National Monument. The assessment set out in the ES considered that Scheme 1 would have a moderate minor beneficial effect upon the setting of the National Monument. The effect was assessed as being beneficial as the removal of the visual clutter of the later school buildings and 1970s landscaping and the addition of the new wings would help frame views of the Hamilton Building and to reassert its prominence. This in turn would add value to the setting of the National Monument and ensure its relationship with the National Monument and their roles in the establishment of the idea of Edinburgh as the Athens of the North could be readily understood and appreciated. I see no clear argument presented in the evidence of Mr. Robb regarding how the change resulting from Scheme 1 would mean that it would no longer be possible to understand and appreciate the relationship between the Hamilton Building and the National Monument. As stated above, I firmly believe that the new wings would remove visual clutter and help frame views of the Hamilton Building, reasserting its prominence and ensuring its relationship with the National Monument could be readily understood and appreciated. Nelson's Monument. The assessment set out in the ES considered that Scheme 1 would have a moderate/minor adverse effect upon the setting of Nelson's Monument. The effect was assessed as being adverse in nature due to the fact that the western part of the proposed development would screen views of Nelson's Monument from a short section of Regent Road, and because, from a limited number of vantage points, the western part of the proposed development would appear in very close proximity to the monument, obscuring views of the rocky ground of Carlton Hill on which the monument was placed. Mr. Robb mentions these same factors in his topic paper and states that the impact on the setting of the Nelson Monument would cause an impact sufficient to warrant objection. Although he states that he has followed the HES Managing Change in the Historic Environment Setting guidance in order to reach this conclusion, there are no detailed arguments set out, and no evidence is presented to show that the many elements of the setting of the monument, which will not be affected by the proposed development, have been taken into account. By way of example, the position of the Nelson Monument at the highest point on Carlton Hill and its resulting visible presence as part of the skyline from many locations in all directions, including at a considerable distance from the monument, is not mentioned in Mr. Robb's argument. This association and prominence would not be, in my opinion, adversely affected by the proposed development. I believe that Mr. Robb's lack of consideration of all of the elements that contribute to the Nelson Monument setting has led him to overstate the impact on the setting of the Nelson Monument which would result from the proposed development. St Andrew's House. The assessment set out in the ES considered that Scheme 1 would have a moderate minor adverse effect upon the setting of St Andrew's House, as it would introduce a new development in the immediate surroundings of St Andrew's House, and because, from a limited number of locations, the proposed development would appear to link St Andrew's House with the Hamilton Building. Scheme 1 would not affect the key architectural features of St Andrew's House, including its monumentality, the architectural detailing on its exterior, or its internal decorations. The sense of scale and monumentality, which is experienced when approaching St Andrew's House from its northern side, would also not be significantly affected by the proposed development. Overall, I consider that the difference in architectural styles and building materials used by St Andrew's House, Scheme 1 and the Hamilton Building would ensure that the three buildings would be readily distinguished from one another and that the setting of St Andrew's House would not be unacceptably affected. Impacts on the setting of heritage receptors, Scheme 2. The design of the Scheme 2 development incorporates revisions which result from the feedback provided regarding the Scheme 1 proposal and additional understanding of the site as set out in the revised heritage statement. Scheme 2 is of a reduced scale in comparison with Scheme 1, and the assessment carried out for the Historic Environment chapter of the ES found that impacts on setting resulting from Scheme 2 were either reduced or no greater than the impacts resulting from Scheme 1. Comments from HES and other consultees regarding the impacts of Scheme 2 on the setting of heritage assets primarily reiterate the opinions expressed for Scheme 1, with little or no recognition of the differences between the two schemes. In fact, both the reasons for refusal and many of the consultation responses from Scheme 2 are more strongly worded and/or raise issues which were not raised in relation to the larger Scheme 1 development. Taking each heritage asset in turn, I will highlight these inconsistencies below. The former Royal High School. In his consideration of the impacts of Scheme 2 upon the setting of the former Royal High School, Mr. McMeekin again suggests that the most important consideration in the determination of the application is the existing setting and how the building is appreciated, understood and experienced at present. As I discussed above, this does not fully accord with the HES managing change in the historic environment setting guidance. My consideration of the potential impacts on the setting of the former Royal High School, as set out for Scheme 1, is equally applicable to Scheme 2, and is not therefore repeated here. There are, however, some substantive differences between the two schemes that should be noted. In the Scheme 2 design, the west wing has been reduced by 1 story to the same height as the east wing, and the west wing's floor area has also been reduced such that the wing would sit within the original boundary wall and railings of the former Royal High School. I believe that Scheme 2 would, like Scheme 1, frame views of the Hamilton building, enhancing and emphasising its prominence in views and helping draw attention to its relationships with other listed buildings of broadly contemporary design on Carlton Hill. The Newtown Gardens Inventory GDL. The issues raised by Dr. Middleton in relation to the effect of Scheme 2 upon the setting of the Newtown Gardens GDL have been discussed above and so are not repeated here. I believe that if Scheme 2 were constructed, it would remain entirely possible to understand and appreciate Playfair's design for the Carlton scheme, informed by Stark's vision. Furthermore, I believe that the Scheme 2 development would not adversely affect the ability to understand and appreciate the setting of the other buildings on Carlton Hill as part of the much larger Newtown Gardens Inventory GDL. The effect would be no different to that for Scheme 1. National Monument. The reasons for refusal for Scheme 2 include a mention of the impact of the proposal upon the setting of the National Monument. This issue was not raised for the larger Scheme 1 development. My consideration of the potential impacts on the setting of the National Monument as set out for Scheme 1 is equally applicable to Scheme 2, and thus is not repeated here. I believe that Scheme 2 would not have a significant impact upon the ability to understand and appreciate the setting of the National Monument. I believe that I have demonstrated that it will remain entirely possible for people to understand and appreciate the relationship between the National Monument and the Hamilton Building, and to understand their roles in the establishment of the idea of Edinburgh as the Athens of the North. The effect would be no different to that for Scheme 1. Nelson's Monument. Impacts upon the setting of the Nelson Monument are mentioned in the reasons for refusal for Scheme 2, but were not mentioned for the larger Scheme 1 proposal. I note that HES claim that Scheme 2 would have a significant impact on views of the Nelson Monument from the south, for example, from Canongate Churchyard. They state that from here, the monument would be viewed immediately above the western extension, its landscape base again removed. This issue, arguably of greater importance to understanding the potential impacts of the Scheme 1 proposals, was not raised by HES in their response to that proposal. When the visualisations from Canongate Churchyard for the two schemes are compared, I believe it is clear that Scheme 1 has a lesser effect upon the monument's setting, ensuring it retains a landscape base. My consideration of the potential impacts on the setting of Nelson's monument as set out for Scheme 1 is equally applicable to Scheme 2, and therefore is not repeated here. I believe that if the Scheme 2 development were constructed, it would remain entirely possible to understand and appreciate the reasoning behind the location of Nelson's monument and its setting within the wider townscape. The effect upon its setting would be less than the effect of Scheme 1. St Andrew's House. Impacts on the setting of St Andrew's House are mentioned within the reasons for refusal for Scheme 2, but were not mentioned for the larger Scheme 1 proposal. My consideration of the potential impacts on the setting of St Andrew's House, as set out for Scheme 1, is equally applicable to Scheme 2, and is therefore not repeated here. I am firmly of the belief that the difference in architectural styles and building materials used by St Andrew's House, the Scheme 2 development, and the Hamilton building would ensure that the three buildings could be readily distinguished from one another, and that the setting of St Andrew's House would not be unacceptably affected. The effect would be no different to that for Scheme 1. Rebuttal of opposition inquiry reports. In Miss Waldron's inquiry report, she states that there is a very close relationship between character, visual amenity, and nature of views and setting. Therefore, damaging the characteristics or views to and from an historic asset damages the setting. Whilst I acknowledge that current landscape character is an element that contributes to an asset's setting, Miss Waldron's assessment focuses specifically on just one aspect of setting, the current landscape, and does not pay due regard to the many other characteristics of a heritage asset and its surroundings that contribute to its setting that are described in the Managing Change in the Historic Environment Setting Guidance. In this manner, Miss Waldron's assessment is not a thorough assessment of impacts on setting in the round, and its conclusions cannot be relied upon. Conclusions. Overall, I believe that the arguments set out in my inquiry report show that neither Scheme 1 nor Scheme 2 would have significantly adverse effects upon the settings of those heritage assets mentioned within the reasons for refusal. Neither Scheme 1 nor Scheme 2 would detract significantly from the ability to understand and appreciate the settings of the former Royal High School and the other designated assets in the vicinity.
If you just continue to read your rebuttal, please.
Introduction. I have reviewed the precognitions which have been submitted for the inquiry. This document provides my rebuttal of the evidence of Dr. Catherine Middleton and Julie Waldron where relevant to my expertise. Dr. Middleton. Dr. Middleton suggests that the assessment of effects upon the setting of the Newtown Gardens GDL set out in the ES for Scheme 1 seems only to have considered the parts of the GDL from which the development would be visible, and suggests that the assessment in the ES contains no analysis of views towards the GDL from beyond the GDL boundary. When the assessment is examined, it is clear that this is a misrepresentation of the detail which is set out in the assessment, which clearly notes the relevance of views from out with the GDL, for example stating, Carlton Hill is a prominent hill within the City of Edinburgh and can be seen from many locations across the city, and noting that Carlton Hill's buildings form a distinctive and iconic skyline which can be viewed from many locations across the city. Dr. Middleton's recognition notes that the Scheme 1 ES contains no definition of the term beneficial. As I set out in my inquiry report, the methodology section in the Scheme 2 ES was amended to take into account comments made by HES and included definitions of the terms beneficial and adverse. These definitions can also be applied retrospectively to the Scheme 1 ES. Full details are set out in my inquiry report, which is APP 43 and paragraph 3.9. Julie Waldron. Ms. Waldron suggests that the assessment presented in the ES relies on the photomontage visualizations too literally, and suggests that I, as the author of the ES assessment, believe that it would generally be difficult to distinguish the building from the background in views for the majority of the time. This is a misrepresentation of my assessment, as I state only that the materials proposed for the proposed new wings have been specifically chosen in order to be recessive and thus not dominant in long-distance views. The range of viewpoints provided to support the assessment, and which are taken during a variety of seasons and weather conditions, support my conclusions on this matter. Mr. Gibb presents detailed information regarding the materials chosen for the proposed wings within his inquiry report and in his precognition. I would also note that I have discussed with Mr. Gibb the nature of the materials chosen for the development, and have inspected the sample materials which are currently situated at the proposed development site. The photomontages were used as a tool to aid my assessment of impacts on the setting of heritage assets, and were used alongside field visits to inform my assessment. Ms. Waldron suggests that there is a contradiction in the manner in which Mr. Maskell and I have assessed impacts on the setting of the Hamilton building. Mr. Maskell's assessment, paragraph 4.10 of APP 40, considers the immediate setting of the Hamilton building. He states that there will be a significant change to the immediate setting of the building. In the environmental statement, my assessment considers the setting of the Hamilton building in the round, including its wider setting in relation to other heritage assets in the vicinity, following the advice set out in HES's Managing Change in the Historic Environment Setting guidance. The apparent differences in our statements about the impact on the setting of the Hamilton building are therefore due to the differing focus of our assessments. Our statements do not contradict one another.
Thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Thompson.
Good afternoon, Ms. Tweedy. I would like to look, please, with you at your inquiry report. Which I miraculously don't seem to have. APP 43. In paragraph 1.3, you explain what it was that you were instructed to do, And you explain towards the end of that paragraph that the assessment set out in the ES chapter 10 relied in part on the results of an earlier desk-based assessment and historic buildings appraisal, but also relied upon the findings of the heritage statement prepared by Mr. Wright. Am I right in understanding that your work, your heritage work, both in relation to identifying and defining the baseline and the impacts on the baseline, was heavily influenced by Dr. Wright's work?
My first involvement with the team was to prepare an archaeological desk-based assessment. And following that, I was asked to help with writing the environmental statement. And as is normal for that kind of work, I sought to understand the current baseline. And a large part of our current understanding of that baseline is Mr. Wright's work. So inevitably, that was one of the sources which I consulted to understand the site.
It wasn't intended in any way as a criticism. But we know that Mr. Wright has fairly strong views about these issues, and particularly about the baseline, and has an approach to impact. And I wondered if, inevitably, your work was influenced by that.
Well, I guess inevitably my understanding of the site is to some extent influenced by Mr. Wright's work, as it's so extensive. However, all of my assessment work was carried out by me, and a large number of conversations were held between myself and Mr. Wright and other members of the team to ensure that we each understood as best as was possible each other's work. So all conclusions that I have reached, I'm entirely happy with as my own professional opinion.
What I was thinking was there are some areas of what you've done that effectively duplicate what Mr. Wright did. You assessed the impact in your report on the setting of a number of listed buildings, the first of which was the Hamilton building itself. We know that he did that as part of his assessment of the impact on the OUV. So where there is direct overlap like that, it would be, as he put it, I think, most surprising if your findings differed from his. Would that be fair?
It would be surprising. We're working in the same team and involved in many of the same discussions. But I don't believe I would have come to a different conclusion if Mr. Wright had not been involved in this work.
I just noticed, for example, in paragraph 5.1 of your report, where you're talking about the assessment of the effect of the scheme, and you refer to the summary in chapter 10, which I think is your chapter. And then you say the effect upon the setting of the former Royal High School was assessed as being low magnitude, resulting in a moderate minor beneficial effect, and so on. You said was assessed. Elsewhere in your report you say, I did this, I'm firmly of the view that such and such. And I wondered if that was the sort of wording you used, where it was more of a team effort, and where the influence perhaps of Mr. Wright was stronger. Maybe I'm imagining things.
It's simply a turn of phrase I've used in my inquiry report. The ES assessment uses a different methodology from the HIA, so all the conclusions there were reached by me.
Right. And just one other matter at this point. Paragraph 2.5, going back, you explain that the direct impacts upon the fabric of the listed building, the former Royal High School, and impact on the setting of the old and new town of Edinburgh World Heritage Site and the new town conservation areas are addressed in the evidence of Mr. Wright and Mr. Maskell. In other words, not by you.
That's correct. The direct impacts upon the listed building are considered obviously by a conservation architect, not by myself as an archaeologist. I'm not suitably qualified to carry out that assessment in appropriate detail.
Right. Now, I wonder if you could just look for a moment at what you did in Chapter 10. I think we find this in Volume 3 of the Environmental Statement for the first scheme, which I think is CD 16. This is your work that we're looking at.
It is.
And at page 10, paragraph 10.9.15, we come to an assessment of effects from operation first on the built heritage. Are you with me? Page 10.
Is it 10.22?
Well, it's 10 of 22, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's 10.22, whatever it means. The first thing I wanted to be clear if I understood, the assessment of effects of operation is operation to be contrasted with construction, meaning operation as a hotel.
This is due to the wording that's used across the ES. So construction refers to the period while the building is actually being constructed, and operation once it has been constructed and is in operation.
Right. So here we're looking at it up and running as a hotel.
Yes, that's correct.
And you start by saying that the assessment of effects from operation upon built heritage should be read in conjunction with Section 12, Townscape Assessment, which considers the impacts from the townscape, including the historic townscape of Edinburgh as a whole. Now, if we pause there and turn to CD 28. And once we're in CD 28, could you turn, please, to L3? I've lost confidence in the page numbering. It's L-1. It's the first page of section L3.
Sorry, could you just repeat that?
Yes. I'm looking for L3, a section entitled Townscape Assessment Tables. And I'm looking at the first table on the first page of L, which is L-1.
Yes, I have that.
Yes. If we just look at the beginning, there's a table of contents effectively set out for volume 15, and it starts with Appendix K on noise and vibration, and then Appendix L is townscape. And L1 starts with townscape methodology, then L2's townscape detailed baselines. And what I'm looking at with you, I hope, is L3, the townscape assessment tables. And just to make sure I'm looking at the right thing, is that part at least of what you're referring to in section 12, townscape assessment, in paragraph 10.9.15?
Yes, that's correct.
Great. And what I was noticing about this is that if you turn over the page to L-2. I hope you'll see in the top right-hand corner a categorization of beneficial. And then in the reasoning, the second paragraph, although a high proportion of the site is affected and the site is considered to have high sensitivity, the development is considered to make a beneficial contribution to the site in its own right by virtue of good design. And then the conclusion at the end that the loss of the green backdrop of Carlton Hill, when seen from some locations, particularly to the west of the former high school, is acknowledged as being detrimental to the baseline character. Within the character area of the site, this is considered to be offset by the wider site improvements. What I was anxious just to pinpoint in that was the idea that an impact was beneficial by virtue of the good design of what was being inserted into the townscape.
I really can't comment on this part of the ES. It's a townscape assessment, and I'm not qualified to speak about such matters.
Right. But you tell us at 10.9.15 that your assessment should be read in conjunction with Section 12. And when we come to the operational effects in 10.9.18, are your views there influenced by the assessment that's carried out in Section 12? In other words, are you starting from the point that an impact may be beneficial by virtue of the quality of the design of what's being imposed or introduced? I don't mean it in a derogatory sense.
The nature of the ES is that my chapter, which focuses on the historic environment, uses a different methodology from the townscape assessment. So the two chapters are connected because obviously the townscape has a historic element, but I'm not qualified as somebody to write a townscape assessment, so I'm not influenced by this, although we did as a team discuss some of the matters together to seek to understand the best of each of our abilities, one another's specialist areas and one another's assessments.
Well, when we read 10.9.18, we see towards the end, after reference to the choice of copper cladding and so on, that the new wings would frame views of the former Royal High School from more distant viewpoints, such as those at elevated locations in Holyrood Park, who would not compete with it for prominence, and would help to emphasise its symmetrical facade and prominence as part of the terrace of buildings around Carlton Hill, as intended in the design by William Playfair. That's your own work.
Yes, that is my work.
Now, we know, I take it, that Hamilton intended the areas to the east and west of the main building to be a school playground.
Yes, I think the school required a playground.
So can we agree that he never intended wings to frame his building?
No, he did not.
And one way of looking at the present proposal is to see the wings as beneficial in the sense that they're of such high design quality that they benefit the setting of the school. Now, what I would like to know is whether that is a view that you share in the assessment that you've carried out, as it derives from Mr. Wright's approach. And I can take you to where we see that in his work in the HIA, but I take it you're familiar with that anyway.
As I've said previously, inevitably our assessments may have reached some similar conclusions. We've been working on the same team. But this is entirely my work. And having considered the large number of visualizations which have been prepared, and also my own understanding from visiting the site and the surrounding area, I believe that the setting of the Hamilton building will be improved by the proposed development. Currently, the prominence of the building is somewhat detracted from, in particular locations, by the gymnasium block, which disrupts the symmetry of the site and sometimes can be quite prominent due to its peculiar yellow stone. And so I believe that the more symmetrical approach of the proposed development is an improvement and, again, helps to highlight the prominence of the building, the Hamilton building.
Well, just to be clear about this, perhaps you could look at CD 199, please. And look at page 39. This is Mr. Wright's HIA. And this is just one of the views that he looked at, number 003C from the North Bridge. And these are the sort of views that I take it you considered.
Yes, I used the viewpoints to aid in my assessment.
Yep. And if you look at the end of the little block of information on page 40, you'll see that he considers the asset value at very high and the impact as negligible beneficial. And his reasoning, this is on the OUV, his reasoning is seen in the last sentence or two. He considers the view from the west and the east. From this direction, the step profile of the new west wing creates visual interest, and the darkened colour of the copper cladding helps to mitigate the impact. The high quality of the architectural response to this setting is beneficial, and the scene is enhanced rather than harmed. Now, when you were considering visual impact, which I take it was part of your work, did you follow that view, namely that the architectural response was so good that the impact was beneficial rather than adverse?
I'm not sure this is a direct answer to your question, but the two assessments are in effect assessing different things. So Mr. Wright's assessment is assessing the impact upon the OUV. Yeah. My assessment is considering specifically the Royal High School as a listed building and its setting. And so the setting of those two things is not the same, and our conclusions of the impact are concluding about a different matter, so they can't be directly compared.
Well, do you think that the introduction of the Scheme 2, stick with Scheme 1 buildings, on the setting of the Royal High School would be adverse or beneficial for the reasons outlined by Mr. Wright? I quite appreciate that he was talking about a different assessment. He was looking at OUV. But did you agree with his reasoning when applied to what you were doing?
my conclusions about Scheme 1 were that there would be a beneficial effect upon the setting, and some of the same factors are relevant. But again, the assessments are assessing a different thing, so it's not as simple as reaching the same conclusion.
No, I appreciate that. But in reaching your beneficial conclusion, did you attach weight to the quality of the design of the new building?
I'm not an architect, so any opinion I have about the benefits of architecture are taken from that position. I was assessing the effects on the setting of the listed building in terms of the HES managing change guidance, and elements of the design of the building are relevant to how I understand the impact on the setting.
But you were working in a team, you were working with Mr. Wright, you knew what he thought. Are you really saying that you weren't influenced by his view that the quality of the design, the architectural response, was such that the impact would be beneficial rather than adverse?
I'm sure inevitably working in a team, these people have had some influence on me.
Yeah.
However, as I say, I had to carry out my assessment myself according to my own methodology, and undoubtedly asked many questions about the design to ensure that I understood that as best as I could to my abilities.
Now, suppose the reporters didn't share Mr. Wright's view that the quality of the design made up for the adverse impact, so that even allowing for the quality of the design, there would be an adverse impact on the setting of the Hamilton building. If they took that view, where would that leave your assessment? Would you still think that there was a beneficial impact overall in some way, or would it change your position?
So, as I think I've already set out, I believe that the impact's beneficial because both Scheme 1 and Scheme 2, it would become possible to appreciate and understand the original layout of the site that was intended by Thomas Hamilton. And I also believe that the materials chosen for both developments and the contrast in the architectural style mean that the prominence and the symmetrical design of the Hamilton building will be clear, and in some ways will be more clearer, because at the moment the gymnasium block just, in my opinion, disrupts the understanding of that symmetry.
So your conclusion is that if you take away the gymnasium and the other two lesser structures and replace them with wings east and west of your Phase 1 proposal, that would be an overall improvement?
Yes, that's my opinion.
And again, having read what you say, my impression was that your principal reason for saying that was that you saw those two wings as framing the Hamilton building, and that you saw that as somehow beneficial.
The concept of framing of the Hamilton building has to be understood in relation to the current presence of the gymnasium block. So as I've just expressed, I feel that disrupts the symmetry, it disrupts the understanding of the site and how it was positioned. In contrast, the proposed new wings reassert the symmetry, and they make it actually, I think, easier to understand the spacing of the building within the site.
Well, suppose we think about the present setup and compare that to the same setup but without the gymnasium. Which would be better in your view?
Well, this is obviously an idealised scenario, I think.
It is indeed.
But the gymnasium block is, in my opinion, detrimental to the Hamilton building setting, and removing it would cause a beneficial effect.
So could we then compare the Phase 1 proposal with the current arrangement but without the gymnasium? Would the Phase 1 still be beneficial if the gymnasium had already been removed by some kind fairy?
A kind fairy sounds like an excellent idea. I think in an ideal world it would be great if we could have no additional development on the site and return it to how Hamilton originally intended it to be, in an ideal world.
So it comes down to your view that that Scheme 1 would be preferable to the present arrangement, including the gymnasium.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you hear Mr. Maskell's evidence this morning that he thought that both Scheme 1 and Scheme 2 would have an adverse impact on the setting of the Hamilton building?
Yes, I did.
Do you agree with that?
Again, I think this is another situation where we're assessing slightly different things. So I believe Mr. Maskell was speaking about the special interest of the building and the more immediate setting. And my assessment is considering the setting of the building in the round, so from all locations within the townscape, in the wider townscape.
You'd include character in your townscape assessment?
I'm not performing a townscape assessment.
I'm sorry, in the assessment that you were looking at, in 12, Section 12, that is the townscape assessment, that would have included character, would it not?
I did not. Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes. I was just wondering if you were aware that the townscape assessment that had been carried out in Section 12, which quite accept has nothing to do with you, whether character would have been included in that assessment. If you don't know, please just say so.
I would expect character to be included, but I did not prepare that assessment, so I couldn't say definitively.
Influenced as you were by Mr. Wright's findings, and particularly his finding that there wouldn't be an adverse impact in OUV terms, because of his view that the design response was sufficiently good that it actually produced a beneficial impact. Comparing that with Mr. Maskell's view that there would be an adverse impact, and given that you were influenced by Mr. Wright and not by Mr. Maskell, would your views have been any different if you had been influenced by Mr. Maskell rather than Mr. Wright? It's not a very good question, but I hope you see what I'm getting at.
I would emphasise again that I haven't been influenced by Mr. Wright. I've carried out this work by myself. It's my own assessment. And whilst some of Mr. Wright's knowledge may have come to bear on my assessment, I have not been influenced by his conclusions. Indeed, Mr. Wright had not completed his assessment whilst I was writing mine. It's therefore not possible for my conclusions to have been influenced by Mr. Wright. We were carrying out our assessments concurrently, so we did not, neither of us copied one another or something along those lines.
Well, what I'm just trying to understand is what you said in paragraph 1.3 of your report, where you said that you were the author of Chapter 10. The assessment set out in the ES chapter relied in part on the results of the earlier desk-based assessment and historic buildings appraisal, but also relied upon the findings of the heritage statement by Mr. Wright. Now, are you departing from that?
No, I'm not departing from that. If you look in detail, my referencing includes only parts 1 and 2 of Mr. Wright's heritage statement, neither of which are assessment work in the terms that you're speaking about. Part 1 considers the history of the site, which inevitably I needed to understand as part of my baseline understanding. And the second document, CD 26, concerns or at least in part concerns interventions to the historic building, which Mr. Wright is much more suitably qualified to speak about than me as a conservation architect. I'm an archaeologist and I don't have a specialism in that field, so I rely on Mr. Wright's work on that matter.
So it was principally volumes 1 and 2 of the heritage statement rather than the HIA that you were relying on. Is that right?
Indeed, that is what it says in my report.
But you were aware, I take it, of Mr. Wright's thinking and the likely outcome of his HIA, because you were working in a team at the time.
Our work as a team included looking at some, indeed probably all, of the viewpoints together and seeking to understand each other's understanding. So that team included the architects, the townscape and visual consultants, myself and Mr. Wright. And so, yes, to some degree we were aware of each other's work, but our conclusions were all reached separately. As I say, not least because we were all working on our assessments concurrently, so we couldn't present each other with our conclusions. That wouldn't have been possible.
But presumably when you wrote paragraph 10.9.15, you knew what was in section 12. Or didn't you?
As anyone who's written an EIA will probably know, it's very rare to read the whole of the EIA at the of other chapters of the EIA whilst you're preparing your own chapter. And indeed, I have not read the entire townscape section to this day. I'm not qualified to fully understand that. What this paragraph is seeking to explain is that townscape is covered from a different angle and using a different methodology within the townscape chapter.
But wasn't that the very reason that you were having group meetings, so that although you might not have read each other's final versions, you knew what the thinking was?
Yes, we would all have some knowledge of each other's thinking about each of these viewpoints. But again, my assessment is not considering anything on a viewpoint-by-viewpoint basis. So my assessment is just not directly comparable with either of these other two assessments.
Thank you, Mr. Tweedy. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Thanks for that. Mr. Mackay.
Yes, sirs, I'm quite happy to start. I'm just a word of warning that I will not finish today, and it's really a matter of if you want me to commence, I'm happy to do so.
Yes, I think that's fine. Given the progress that we've been making, we should make use of the half hour that's left to us.
Good afternoon, Ms. Tweedy. Can I start with, please, how the issue of sensitivity of the assets was dealt with? In that respect, can I refer you, please, to paragraph 3.12 of your inquiry report, which is page... Actually, I'm sorry, it doesn't have a page number, but it's paragraph 312.
have that.
Now, just give me 1 second, please.
Of course.
Now, you say halfway down that paragraph that the assessment methodology adopted for Scheme 2 was presented to and agreed with HES. In their scoping opinion, HES noted the significant improvement. In the next sentence, you want to say, there is no substantive difference between the methodology set out in the two yeses. The only differences are in the terminology used to define sensitivity of historic environment assets to change and magnitude of effects from demolition, construction and operations. Is it correct to acknowledge, however, Mr. Fee, that in the 2017 assessment, A-listed buildings and gardens and design landscapes that convey the OUV of a World Heritage Site were added to the list of historic environment assets that have very high sensitivity?
The 2017 ES chapter was prepared reconsidering the sensitivity to change of each asset as I wrote it. That was largely, or in part, because we had comments from HES regarding the Scheme 1 EIA, which considered that some of the sensitivities had been incorrectly assigned, and so I took account of that when I was preparing the Scheme 2 ES.
So is the answer to my question yes?
Yes.
And if we can just look how that is followed through, you can look in the first instance at CD 16 in relation to the Scheme 1 assessment. CD 16, please. That's page 10/5 on page electronic 13. You have that?
I do.
Thank you. Now, Table 10.1 sets out the sensitivity of historic environment assets to change for the purposes of the assessment of the setting effects. Is that right?
It's for the assessment of all effects, not just setting, but yes.
Including your operational effects assessment, i.e. effects on setting?
Yes. It's also used in the construction and demolition effects.
Now, in relation to assets with very high sensitivity to change, those are defined as assets recognisably of international importance, including inscribed World Heritage Sites, including candidate sites, and internationally recognisable scheduled archaeological sites and listed buildings, and extremely well-preserved historic landscapes and so on. In relation to those assets with high sensitivity of change, those are defined as assets recognisably of national importance, including, as amongst others, Category A listed buildings and inventory gardens and designed landscapes. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And as a consequence of that, in the asset group tables in Appendix J7 in CD 27, both the Royal High School, which is Asset Group 28, and the GDL, which is Asset Group 32, are attributed with high but not very high sensitivity, reflecting what we see in front of us. Is that right?
Yes, they were given very high. They were given high sensitivity. The category of very high is obviously referring to OUV. And assets that are recognisably of international importance. And as you can tell from that definition, that's it can be a matter of professional judgment which things fall within that category.
Yes, but your professional judgment at that time as the author of that assessment was that both the Royal High School and the GDL were of high sensitivity to change because they were assets of national importance, not conveying OUV. That's correct, isn't it?
That is a decision I made at that time, yes.
So if we contrast that table then, please, with table 10.2 in CD 165, that's CD 165 at page 10-8. Electronic page 16.
Sorry, what was the table or page number?
It's table 10.2 because there's a new table that comes into the assessment. So it's table 10.2 rather than 10.1. It's at page 10-8 on the hard copy, which is page 16 in the electronic copy. Do you have that now, Ms. Tweedy?
Yes, I do.
Obliged. Now, here then, by contrast, we see for those assets with very high sensitivity, they are assets of acknowledged international importance. And if you look at the last two bullet points, it now includes category A-listed buildings that convey the OU of a World Heritage Site and landscapes, including GDL, that convey the OUV of a World Heritage Site. Now, Mr. Wright confirmed in his evidence, you'll recall, Ms. Tweedy, that in his view both the Royal High School and the Newtowns GDL conveyed OUV. Do you remember that evidence?
Yes, I do.
And do you agree with that evidence?
Yes, I do.
So that means then, for the purposes of the 2017 assessment, both the Royal High School and the GDL ought to be attributed with very high sensitivity to change. Is that right?
Yes.
But if we look at CD 176, as we will do later, it's right to note that although the Royal High School is attributed with very high sensitivity to change, the GDL is still only attributed with high sensitivity of change. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And therefore, would you accept now that that must be an error in your assessment, that it ought to have been attributed with very high sensitivity?
Yes, I believe it should have been given very high sensitivity. I would, however, note that the conclusions, the way that the assessment matrix works throughout the chapter means that the conclusions of the assessment would not be changed as a result of that change. Because the major moderate threshold is the same in either assessment, whether you're applying high or very high sensitivity change. That's what you're trying to get at there, isn't it? That's correct. But the more fundamental point, Ms. Tweedy, would you accept now that both your 2015 and your 2017 assessments ought to recognise very clearly that insofar as setting effects were concerned, both the Royal High School and the GDL were of very high sensitivity because they are of international importance? Yes, I would now prepare them in that way. Obliged, thank you. Now, insofar as the GDL is concerned, can I take you to, on the same general theme, can I take you to paragraphs 7.3 to 7.5 of your inquiry report? Now, just without reading all of that out again, just in summary, what you're explaining there by reference to Dr. Middleton's own work is that insofar as the first scheme was concerned, your assessment of the impact on the GDL was focused on the Hamilton building and its immediate surroundings, what you note as being as a small part of the whole GDL, that's at 7.3. And by contrast, at 7.4, you say the assessment presented in the ESR Scheme 2, in contrast, consider the impact of the proposed development on the entire GDL, and that you properly bring to the attention of the reporters as at 7.5, saying the different conclusions reached in the two ESs are therefore explained as being due to the different focus of the two assessments. That being so,
Ms Tweedy, can we agree that where you say at 3.12 that there's no substantive difference between the methodology set out in the two ESs and the only differences in the are in the terminology used to define sensitivity and the magnitude of effects, that somewhat underplays the actual changes between the two assessments? First of all, you have a new approach to the sensitivity of assets in relation to assets of international importance, and secondly, in relation to the GDL, you basically have a different focus of the assessment, which therefore results in different conclusions. So it's not quite correct, is it, to describe these as simply issues to do with terminology? Would you agree?
To deal with the terminology first, the terminology has been updated to match more exactly, more precisely, the wording within the ICMOS guidance. And I don't think the spirit of what is contained there has actually changed. It's down to the very specific words that are used. With regard to the assessment of the GDL, yes, a different focus of assessment has been used. If you look at the, I think it's, I'm not sure what document it is, but the appendix of the setting assessment for Scheme 1, it clearly states within that the assessment has focused on that specific part of the GDL, whereas the Scheme 2 assessment does not include that. So I think the two different focuses are quite clear for anyone reading the documents.
Well, quite so, Ms Tweedy, but you'll agree with me that in presenting evidence to the public inquiry, accuracy is important, isn't it?
Of course.
And therefore, it's not accurate, is it, to say that there is no substantive difference between the methodologies set out in the two ESs? I've just put you two differences in the methodologies. Now, I don't think there's a great deal between us given your earlier answers, but can we agree that's not quite accurate, is it?
I think these two key differences in the two assessments are set out quite clearly in the evidence I've given to the inquiry.
Moving on to your use of visualisations, you've alluded in your evidence already to the way at which it works in practice, I think is the way you're putting it, that the constituent members of the EIA team are busy going about their individual exercises and will come together every now and again to discuss issues as and when required. You've also explained that to some extent you took visualisations into account in formulating your view as to the visual impact, which of course is an aspect of setting. Is that right?
Yes, the visualisations are used to help understand the many aspects of setting that are set out in the setting guidance.
And therefore, when you went to the site, did you have visualisations with you?
Yes.
And was that at a time, obviously it was before the environmental statement was put in the public domain, but do you recall whether the visualisations that you were provided with at that time included the caveat that's marked on the visualisations that are in the environmental statement to the effect that they are for illustrative use only and not for use in the field? Do you recall if the visualisations that you were provided with at the relevant time had that caveat noted?
I cannot say if that's the case, but visualisations are something that I commonly work with, and I know that that is the situation, that you must take care that they may not be the correct scale, etc., to use.
Well, sometimes visualisations, if they're intended to be for use in the field, will give guidance as to how they're to be used in the field, about the way in which they're to be used, arm's length, and so on. But the point that I'm exploring with you at the moment is that when you went to the individual viewpoints armed with the visualisations, understanding that there are always limitations to what can be taken from the visualisations, is it your understanding that they were meant to be a fair representation of what one would experience if, in fact, the proposals were to be constructed?
I'm obviously not the best experienced member of the team to answer questions about visualizations. But my understanding of a visualization is exactly for that purpose, to understand what the nature of a development would be, and therefore I assume that that's what they show me.
Well, fair assumption, perhaps. So that means then, when you're at the viewpoints, you assumed that the visualizations that you had were a fair representation and could be used for that purpose when you were standing at the viewpoint in the field.
Yes, I would assume that, and also use my eyes and my experience to consider the actual situation that I saw in front of me.
That works for the baseline position, but it doesn't work for the visualization of what will be there if either of the schemes is constructed. In that respect, the visualizations are important, aren't they?
Yes, they are an important tool in understanding how something will appear.
Now, in your inquiry report, you include, I think it's fair to say in response to Dr. Middleton's evidence, some analysis of impacts from individual viewpoints. Is that correct?
Sorry, in my inquiry report? Yes. Yes.
But am I correct in thinking that there's no discussion of the impact in the context of individual viewpoint visualizations in the environmental statement, insofar as the effects on the setting of the heritage assets is concerned? This is something you've done in your inquiry report, but it's not reflected in the content of the environmental statement. Is that right?
I would need to check which environmental statement you're speaking about.
Either, it doesn't matter, either the 2015 or 2017 assessments. As I understand it, you've prepared, there's some text in the relevant chapter about how the exercise is done, and then there are asset tables in Appendix J7 for each of the assessments, and there's some discussion of the relevant issues which were taken into account, and then there's a section headed up change. And the point I'm trying to establish with you is that table, and at no part in that table do we find a discussion of individual viewpoints and the visual impact that might be experienced from any of those specific viewpoints. That's done in your inquiry report, but it's not done in the tables. Is that correct?
For the Scheme 1, yes, the assessment is included entirely within the tables. For the Scheme 2, there's more extensive text within the chapter, which I haven't looked at it, as you've just been speaking, but I believe that does contain reference to specific viewpoints, although I'd need to check to confirm that.
Is the change column of the tables designed to identify the main aspects of impact on setting as at the date of your assessment? So if we go to the change column, that should summarise the main points that you were wanting to bring to the attention of the reporters as to the effect on setting for each of the individual assets.
For each asset, it would be important to read the entire table. The first column, that's entitled Setting and Importance, sets out the key elements of the setting of each asset. And so obviously understanding that situation is important to understanding the change.
Yes, quite so, but I'm talking about the impact, and as far as the impact's concerned, it's the change column and the overall effect summary at the very bottom, which summarises the main considerations that you've taken into account when preparing your assessments. Is that right?
Yes, although inevitably a small column can't contain every thought I had whilst carrying out the assessment.
Sir, I'm about to move into a new chapter which will take a bit of time to explore. Maybe now's an appropriate time to break.
That sounds sensible. Any points that we need to discuss before closing for the night?
Yes.
Mr. Innes.
Yes, week 6. I have checked with my economic witness, Dr. Gavin Conlon, and unfortunately he is not in the country that week, so I would struggle to fit him in at all that week.
Okay, can you remind us of that as we get closer to week 5? Yep. In terms of our intentions for tomorrow, are we looking to conclude Ms Tweedy's evidence and move on to Mr Van Grieken? Or is that too optimistic?
I would like to conclude both these witnesses tomorrow, sir, but it's clearly entirely out of my hands.
Any comments from others on that general intention?
I really would have hoped this witness would be relatively brief from here on in, and I can't imagine that Mr Van Grieken is going to take a vast amount of time, but it's entirely for others.
If it helps, sir, I'd indicate that I'll probably be most of the morning with Ms Tweedy, but I don't have very many questions from Mr Van Grieken.
Okay, and others?
Obviously, sir, it will depend upon whether Mr Mackay deals with topics that we were considering asking questions of Ms Tweedy. Insofar as Mr Van Grieken is concerned, we don't have questions because we don't have a landscape architect, so we're not asking questions of Mr Van Grieken.
Thanks for that. Mr McIntosh.
So I will have some questions for Ms Tweedy, but depending how Mr Mackay gets on, there probably won't be that many of them. And I'm in the same position as Mr Van Grieken. I won't be asking questions of his because I don't have a landscape architect.
Mr Innes.
I will have a relatively few questions for Ms Tweedy, but given the disputed evidence, I have a considerable volume of cross-examination for Mr Van Grieken.
Okay. Ms Nimmo.
By the time we get to me, there might be a couple of questions for Ms Tweedy or not, and I won't be asking any of Mr Van Grieken.
Thanks for that. So, sounds realistic to expect we'll finish with Ms Tweedy, hopefully by lunchtime, and then make some progress with Mr Van Grieken. Not by lunchtime. Sometime tomorrow then. But Mr Van Grieken will definitely be started tomorrow. Okay, thanks for that. Everyone will meet again at 9:30 tomorrow morning.